sisi vile vile sio wote ambao wanataka ugomvi kwa sababu ya ugomvi.
Niwaambia nyinyi ni wajinga mkimfuata Ruto. Mkadhani tunawadanganya.
Jeti ya Ruto. Hii maisha ya Ruto ni stress na ni stress.
Mungu wewe umetukosea.
Sasa tumesema siku ya Jumatano. Mko tayari? Tumesema sisi si majambazi.
Tunaingia vijijini, mijini na hata jijini kukuletea taarifa mchana kutwa. Usiku tunaketi kitako, tunadadavua tukichanganua taarifa na makala muhimu yanayokuhusu wewe na familia yako. Ungana na Bernard Ngozi kwenye Open Forum Political Show kuanzia saa 4 usiku hadi dakika zake kila siku ya wiki kwenye Sound Candy Talk. Tukutane Sound Candy Talk.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Sound Candy Talk. Here's where we talk sound. What is sound and what is candid? I would like to welcome each and every one of us who's watching us, those who are liking the video, those in the comment section, those in watching us live. I would like to welcome each and every one of you to this nice episode where we talk about our country and what is ailing our country. I want to salute Tuni, can see you. I want our Secretary General. I want to salute Charles Green. I can see you. I want to salute Esther. I want to salute Salome, Amina, all of you guys in the comment section. Salute you. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas, each and every one of us. Those who are watching us live, who are following our show, I want to salute you and I'm telling you welcome, welcome. Those who are on the comment section, welcome. Asanteni sana. Merry Christmas, guys. Merry Christmas, each one of us. Merry Christmas to your families, to your friends, the entire Kenyan people, Kenyan in Kenya, Kenyan living up, wherever they are across the globe. I want to salute you and tell you welcome, welcome. Here is where we talk what is sound. And I can see the topic of the day. Yes, somebody seems to be getting the pinch. Yes, they say whatever you do to other guys, make sure you do it correctly, because when it comes back, it comes down shaken, pressed down, and running over. For the last 5 years before the 2022 election, somebody was just moving around the country lamenting left and right and center. Oh, Uhuru is not doing this. Oh, Uhuru is not doing this. Now, it's his time. It is time now to feel the pinch. It is his time to feel the pinch, guys. Yes. Mkuki kwa nguruwe mtamu, lakini kwa binadamu mchungu. Yes. Guys, come into the studio so that you can discuss this. Come in the studio. I welcome each and everyone who would like to enter the studio. There's a link there shared in the comment section. Just click on that link and let StreamYard configure your video and audio, and you'll find yourself here in the studio talking about, yes. Let's come and share whatever we have, whatever we feel. Let's come and air it here. Here's where we shape the opinion of the country. The opinion of the country is shaped here on this platform. And let's be part of it. Yes, Wandera from Kampala. I welcome you and I salute you. How are you, Sebo? Munange, Ogambachi. Yes, the country of Matoke. How are you from the country, the town with a lot of hills? I hope it's raining there. Tell us how is the weather. I welcome you. David Ambani from Busia. Mkoje huko? Mambo vipi huko Busia? Christmas inawapelekaje? I salute you. You're watching from Facebook. I welcome you, Miss Mora. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas. Yes. Welcome on board. Welcome on board. James Mtiso, Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas. Naona ukisema tuko pamoja kama Orbit. Yes. Kindly like the video, guys. Let's like the video. When you come into comment section, please like the video. That one helps us promote the video. It shows how it brings up our rating, and that one helps us to market us on YouTube, and then YouTube will see there are a lot of people watching and liking the video, so it will promote this video by sharing it loudly and widely. Thank you. Philmon from Qatar. Uko mambo vipi uko? I hope mko salama. Na Merry Christmas. I appreciate you guys. I appreciate you, all of you guys who are watching us. Those in the comment section, those who are watching us live, I appreciate you. Please like the video. Today's show is gonna be hot. Asanteni sana kwa kuja. Let's discuss this hot topic. Yeah. Yes. I love you all and appreciate you. Yes, Kenyan with love. I can see you. Thank you very much for coming. Gideon. Timide. We. Nakuona. Asanteni sana. Unawakilisha Nakuru. Mtawetu Nax Vegas kule. Ukaje? Yes. I salute you. Shadrach Kanu. Merry Christmas. Thank you very much for watching. Mohammed Egi. Asanteni sana. Asante. Assalamu alaikum. Karibuni sana. Willy na kusalimu wote. Asante sana. Dahir. Salute. Asanteni sana. Welcome guys. Welcome. Please like the video. Asanteni sana. Hii ni nchi yetu na kamwe hatutabanduka. Kila ambaye anaweza kuambia Zakayo is we are not lamenting about Kenya. Kenya haina kasoro yote. Kenya iko sawa. We are lamenting about you in person. You. Yeah, we don't kwamba atatuchuki Kenya. No. Tunapenda Kenya. That's why we are here each and every night, evening we are here discussing. Ni kwa ajili ya upendo ambao tuko nayo na nchi yetu. Kama tungekuwa wazalendo kamili na upendo kamili, maybe tungekuwa tunafanya other things, maybe sleeping or looking money elsewhere. But huwa tunaacha all that we are doing and we spare a good amount of time to come and talk about what is ailing our country. That shows that the love we have for the country is unbearable, and this love cannot be separated with anyone. No one can come in between this love. What we are talking is about you. Can you kindly leave us alone? Give us a break so that we can take the country where it's supposed to be. Yes. The issue here is you as an individual, you and your group of cahoots who have collided to bring this country down. We shall not spare you. Asante. Merry Christmas. Sikuoni kama kuna Christmas hat hapo. Jina ni mzuri lakini where is the Christmas hat? Merry Christmas. Ama umekuja na goodies. I would like to see those goodies. Asante sana.
Wacha mambo mingi bana. Hii unaona ikiwa nini?
Okay. If it's not Ingo, then that is not Christmas.
Haya ni sawa. So
Karibu.
I'm very happy today. for the blessing of the Lord, si ati kwa mambo mingi, and especially for God being so faithful to me, kuniwezesha kuona hii Christmas amidst even so many casualties and so many problems zile zinaendelea saa hii. So bwana Kenyan with Rafa, habari yako?
Niko salama dadi.
Okay, ni sawa. Sijui kama umekutana na mambo ya Wakamba. Hiyo tutakutana na wewe pembeni. Lazima tupatane. Anyway, let me begin. Nimeona Zakayo alikuwa na watoto kwa lile jengo letu, People's House. You know, even if you pretend that unataka kuonesha watoto neema, the truth of the matter is that wazazi wa hao watoto hawajafurahia, and there is no any bigger party you can do to some selected people, and you say that you are doing a Christmas party. Na ndio nataka kusema hapa, I think sisi wa Afrika tunakuanga na ubaguzi sana, na sijui kwa nini. Unajua, let me tell you, wa Afrika tunakuanga na shida moja, tunafikirianga tu wazungu ndio wanapenda kutubagua. Ikifika story ya you see, ati tunasema wazungu wanatubagua sababu, lakini pia sisi wa Afrika Mwafrika mwingine tunabaguana sana. This is something I would say. A boy in Turkana, a boy in Samburu also needs that joy of Christmas, which the same boy in Nairobi is getting. And we cannot be this insensitive that we don't want our children to enjoy a good Christmas this time. People have been enjoying by the Christmas for so long, and tumekuwa tukingangana, lakini in the recent past kumekuwa na masaibu mingi sana ambayo unakuta hata people do not even prioritize this festivity, sababu utakula pesa yako alafu Januari na kungojea kwa majukumu mengine. So lakini kuna zile vitu kidogo kidogo ambazo serikali inaweza saidia, na isitoshe siku hizi hata tunaogopa kununua vitu zingine ambazo zimeletwa na serikali, sababu hatujui kama tunanunua vitu ya sumu. Unakumbuka walileta mafuta, the cooking oil, ile ambayo hatujui kama ni mzuri. So saa zingine hata nikienda kwa duka na nataka kununua mafuta, kuna vile I feel like maybe I'm taking a poisonous product. Wametokezea tu akatuambia tu ati hiyo mafuta ni sawa, kebs. Lakini kwa kusema ukweli tunajua hizi vitu zililetwa kwa njia gushi, fake way. So yale mafuta yako kwa shelf hatuyaamini. Everything hatuyaamini. Unaelewa? So those are some of the things zile ambazo zinatuletea taswishi sana. Unga hatujui kama iko na molds ama imewekwa vizuri ama imetolewa wapi. Ni sawa tutakula tu sababu lazima tuishi, but kwa kusema ukweli ni kwamba maisha imebadilika sana katika taifa letu tukufu la Kenya. And we have big Arab land. We don't need, but you know, the moment when you start suppressing human efforts, that is where problems start creeping in. Na sijui bwana Alexio, how long we are going to hold on this problem. Remember, people cannot stand for so long on issues. Now, in terms of misappropriation of Zakayo, we have already talked about that to the fullest. Hakuna Mkenya ajui ya kwamba Zakayo is an non-starter. Zakayo cannot do anything. Sasa hiyo face ati ya kuharibia Zakayo jina ama watu wajue Zakayo ni nani, tushajua, watu washajua, so we don't need. Hakuna data tuna gather ati Zakayo can be a good person. Now ile kitu imebaki sasa ni hatua hii ingine ya kujikomboa. Tutaanza vipi? Confidence, watu watajipigania vipi? Hiyo ndio ile sasa hatua imebaki. Naendanga kwa mitandao na naweza kuambia wale watu ambao wanasupport Zakayo wako na confidence kubwa sana. Unasikia tu naendanga kwa mitandao na saa zingine una post huko na unasikia, unaona vile watu wanaongea hapo. Unasikia tu mtu ukasikia sema hata mwaka jana mlikuwa mnasema hivyo. Like according to them we deserve what we see. Na Zakayo ataendelea kutunyanyasa sababu yeye ndiye ati yako hapo na hawezi toka hapo. Na he is not responsible to anyone or to anything. So hiyo ndio ile ujeuri sasa iko kwa ground. Mtadu ati huyu mtu anaweza fanya anything. Sai Zakayo anaweza pea hata watu sumu na hakuna kitu mtafanya. Tuko hiyo level sasa bwana Alexio, ati he can do anything, he has power. Hakuna kitu mtafanya, mtadu. Now that is the operating standard ya hawa watu. Ati tulishinda mtu ya kitendawili, munafikiria munawezana tena. Tuliwazoea, hata mkileta hao watu wenyu ambao tuliwashinda mwaka uliopita, we don't care. So wako na hiyo ujeuri, they feel that ati they cannot lose Kenya, they cannot lose power. Hiyo ndio ile ujeuri wako nayo bwana Alex. Lakini mimi niko na matumaini because najua ya kwamba mimi ile kitu inanipeanga matumaini ni sababu hata wale mabepari ambao walikuwa wananyanyasa watu zama za zama walianguka. Hitler is gone, Idi is gone, Bokassa is gone, Mobutu is gone. So shida inaweza kuweko, it can be there, but it will not be perennial. Zakayo doesn't have 50 years to live. Zakayo doesn't have a lot of time in his lifetime. Once you are past 50, you are close to your exit. In terms of human life, you are close to exit. Binadamu waishi sana. That is one thing which bwana Alexio, we have to start understanding and accepting. You know, when I used to be young, I used to feel like human life is forever. When you are young, you feel human life is forever. But as you grow old and you start seeing some of the people who have been close to you exiting the world, your friends exiting the world, because you know at every stage you are reaching in your life, kuna wale watu wapate neema ya kupita pale wewe umefika. Hata wewe Alexio, najua ya kwamba you know some of the people who have exited the world as you go along, na wanaendelea kuondoka. Nile tu tunaambia tu Mungu tupe neema in the next level of life tukuweko. But as you age, as you go up, you realize that you continue losing some of the people who you know or who have been close to you, until you start getting detached to the next generation which is coming. That's why sasa unakutanga the way you are aging, the way you get disconnected with the reality of the world, until sasa inafika level whereby you don't want even to be in the world, because now you are in total disconnection. So hii dunia tukai sana. Wale hata Mungu anapea neema sana wanakaa miongo 10 tu, 100 years. Wale Mungu ameneemesha kabisa, those are just 10 decades only, 10 decades only. So bwana Alexio, we do not have time to force problems to people. The time we have is to leave a smile and to make people enjoy the fruits of what God created them to. Remember, Jeremiah, I don't know if it is 11:29 or 29:11. Jeremiah has already told us a long time ago, God has good plans for us and plans for good. Na Mungu alitujua hata kama hatujazaliwa. God knew us even before we were born, by name, by existence. So there is no one who will come in this world and threaten that, because we have already been embossed in the heart of God. Even Zakayo himself cannot deprive our existence based on what God has put in us. Now, including any civilization which will come, including slavery. That is why we were subjected to slavery, we were subjected to colonialism. But because God knew a generation of people named like me, Alexio, Kenyan with love, Tune, Fatun, all those people, Liliana, God knew our generation will be there. Even amid this colonialism, amid this slavery, ilibidi kuna watu watabaki ili tuzaliwe. And I want to say this here. Slavery killed so many people. For your information, maybe sometimes people don't understand that history. Watu walikuwa wanabebwa hapo Mombasa. People used to be gotten as far as in Western Kenya. So in Kenya, we lost close to 1 million people. And as people were traveling along the waters, as we went through the Arabian Peninsula, as they were being transported to America, the truth of the matter is, majority of the people actually were lost in the waters. So they had to take so many people because so many people were lost in the waters. Sio meli zote zilikuwa zinafika. There was no navigation technology like the one we see here, whereby you can be able to know where the ship is at any particular time. So hata wazungu ile wakati walikuwa wanachukua watu, they used to take huge volumes because they knew 80% of people will die in the water. They knew that. So what do we do? Take 100 back in Ambao. So we lost millions of people in East Africa. West Africa was losing people to the treacherous waters of Indian and Atlantic Ocean as people are being transported to both South and North America. So we have faced much more problems than the ones which Zakayo thinks he can subject us to them. Yes, he is now subjecting us to modern slavery. We understand. But we cannot succumb to that. Our hearts, our spirits, and our mind are now more strong. Because of the people who gave birth to us, they were able to stand on strong things. They were able to reject oppression. We are now going to stand on those shoulders, and we will reject any modern oppression, especially when it comes from somebody who looks like us. We cannot accept it. Hiyo hatuwezi kubali. We cannot accept a black enslaver. Hiyo hatutakubali. We rejected a white enslaver. Neither are we going to allow a black enslaver to enslave the kids of our kids. We are going to fight for that nation. It doesn't matter what we are going to lose, even if we lose the future of the current people, but we are going to secure the future of the next generation. And that is the spirit which we should have. So we should not stand here and say that Zakayo deserves to ruin our life. No, he doesn't deserve. We are going to fight him like hell, because hatuwezi endelea ati mtu anatunyanyasa. Somebody is destroying our future. I said it yesterday here. Every time Zakayo is spending in power is your lifetime. That time will never be returned to you, Bwana Alexio. So lazima tukue watu ambao we should also be able to save time. We need to know that time waits for no man. And if we have to assemble any resistance, ni sahi, we should not wait for anything. There are enough reasons to assemble any form of fierce resistance. Some nations can even go to guerrilla war if they face a quarter of what Kenya is facing. So saa zingine inafikanga level where we say that hamani ipatikani ila kwa ncha ya upanga. Hao ni Waswahili walisema. I don't know at what level they were sitting, but I think to some extent they were right. So Bwana Alexio, if we love that country, we should be ready to die for it. If I believe Kenya is a nation which I needed to go to the next generation, we should be ready to die for that nation. Many people have died for their countries. Ukrainians are dying for their countries. Forget about the geopolitics. Go and look at the number of deaths of people who have died there. Ukrainians, they are close to 1 million. How watu wamekufa si ati wanapenda kukufa sana. That is one thing which I want to say here. Even those Palestinians who have died, haimaanishi ati hao wa Palestina wanapenda kukufa sana. Hakuna mtu anapenda kifo. I want to tell you that no one will wait for a rocket and a missile to strike his house because he likes to die. But it comes a time when you see that I need to safeguard these borders, and you say, if safeguarding this border will need my blood for my kids to be free, let me do it. And people do it. So don't think that even the people who fought Mau Mau, they had nothing to do. It was a last resolve. And it reaches a level whereby people of any certain generation, they have to remain selfless. And they say, I have to fight for this nation. My life is not important. We have to reach that level. Lazima tufike level when we will start loving our children more than we love ourselves. We will be ready to die for anything. We will not allow people, because that country, we are now going to the next level of the biggest slavery in the human history. Hiyo nchi yetu yote itauzwa. All the big corporations will start having big chunks of land there. Utakuwa unakuta Western, there is a white guy farming there. Utakuwa unakuta in Thika, kuna mtu mweupe analima hapo ama anafanya mambo yake hapo. We will have that uncontrolled levels of human enslavement, and we cannot continue that way, Bwana Alexi. So tujikusanye na tujiambie na viongozi wetu, those people who assemble us on one philosophy of politics and na kuongea, tujue tuko katika hali ya hatari sasa. We are in danger zone now. Let me call it that way. We are in stretches water. We are in a place where now, if we don't take action, we are going to capsize and die in masses. Remember, poison is being brought to Kenya. We will be talking of drugs now. Wachana na zile tumadawa kidogo mnasemanga ziko Mombasa. Now those drugs zitafika mpaka Machakos. Even in Machakos now will be a place of drugs. We will think we are losing our borders. Now you are now going to have borderless country. What does that one mean? That one means rapists can come to our country, drug lords can come to our country, anyone can be in our country. We are just losing our country, and it is so sad that we cannot form a serious resistance movement because we still feel that lazima watu wanahitaji kukasirika kidogo. How much more do we need to lose so that we defend this country? People defended this country when only a half of what has been attacked was done. The people who went and fought Mau Mau war, they had lesser reasons than the ones we have. I'm so surprised that the generation of Mau Mau, the people who call themselves Mau Mau, they cannot be able to do what their fathers did. We have to wake up and fight for this nation. Thank you.
Thank you. Merry Christmas. Hey, you have to wake up and fight for the nation. Yes. Hii mambo inafai tufanye tukasirike zaidi na zaidi. Because there's no need our forefather fighting for independence. Why were they fighting? They were fighting for us to be free so that we can be able to take care of the country and take it to where they visioned. Did they vision misrule? No. Did they vision greediness and corruption? No. Did they vision whereby a Kenyan cannot speak freely? No. The reason why they took up the arms and fought the colonialism is because they were not able to express themselves freely. Now somebody is telling us that we complain a lot. We are complaining a lot because as Kenyans we are complaining a lot. We lament a lot. Are we lamenting for nothing? Are we lamenting for nothing? Wewe kama umeoppress mtoto wako akaa hivyo tu anyamaze. Ukiona mtu akilia, hata ukiona kuku akilia mahali ambapo analala usiku akilia, hali tu bure. There's something which has gone there. There's something affecting that kuku. So you need to go there and watch what is it. Kisha ukienda hapo utapata ni nyoka. Ni vile nyoka ameingia kwa hii nchi yetu ndio kwa sababu hatunyamazi. And lazima tumpate huyo nyoka tumuue. Lazima tumwangamize huyo nyoka, tumuue, tumtoe nje ili tubaki kuwa free. Kenyans went out there to fight for independence because they wanted to be free. They wanted to run their government in the democratic way. They wanted to run their affairs where they can be able to talk freely and agree to disagree. But if somebody is coming to tell us, mtafanya mpende msipende, and he expects us just to sit there and listen to him and keep quiet, we will not. We shall talk until cows come home. We shall talk. Tutapiga kelele, tutaongea. Yeye vile alikuwa anapigia Uhuru kelele kwa magari 24/7 for the last 5 years before 2022 election. Hakuwa anaona kwamba anampigia kelele? Did Uhuru complain? Did Uhuru say that we are not patriotic? He gave him time. He gave him space. Now it's your time. And unless you do first of all, who elected you? Who put you there? Why are you telling us Kenyans? Because Kenyans knew very well you cannot handle the affairs. They are affairs of the country. And that's why they voted against you. You and your corruption is what put you there. Look down your heart. You know very well what happened. You know you did not win. We are complaining, we are talking because we did not elect you. That's why you can stand on the podium and say, I will do this mpende msipende. Kichwa yako ngumu. But nobody elected you. Nobody elected you. Most Kenyans voted against you. They knew very well you cannot handle this. Inchi ya matope. Inchi ya kupeana chakula. Unatembea ukigawagawa chakula. Hiyo ndio ile kazi yenye unaweza fanya. By the way, let me ask you, when you are elected, since you are first elected in 1997, yes. Okay. How many times have you given food in your backyard? How many? Tunataka tujue kuanzia ulivyoelectiwa mpaka saa hii. How many times have you given the food? Isn't it that the first food you get? After stealing from Kenyans 1 million every hour in set house, that's what you are eating? You are eating and vomiting on Kenyan shoes. And you are saying we are lamenting. We shall talk. We shall talk. We shall talk. Kama hukuambiwa na mama yako, saa hii sisi ndio tunataka kufunza. Anasema asiyefunzwa na mzazie ufunzwa na ulimwengu. So here we are. Sisi ndio ulimwengu. We shall teach you. Tutakutoa hiyo ujinga. Na utatoka. Let me tell you. Guys, welcome on the show. Let's come and talk. What is ailing this country? Karibuni sana. Continue liking the video. And again, we need to know what happened in Nyanza. I hear somebody was mtu alitolewa mbio kwa matanga. So Zakayo and group, you will be having it rough, I'm telling you. I hear David Ochieng was chased away from the funeral, like Murukenge. So things are getting hotter. You will not have space. Anybody who sides with Zakayo, we shall find you, we shall hound you, tutakuhound kama squirrel. Now we will chase you. Zakayo and group si watu wa kupewa sikio. Zakayo and group ni watu wa kutolewa mbio kabisa. We shall hound them mpaka wajifiche ndani ya vitanda za mama zao. Ama vitanda zao. No space. There's no space for you guys in the open society. We shall hound you. Tutawatafuta. Tutawakimbiza. Otieno Kajwang used to say, tutakanyagana. Yes. Tutanyoroshana. hiyo tutawapeleka mbio sana. We have no time for you. No time, no space for you. Mpaka musarende. The only thing that we can accept for you is you surrender and return what belongs to us. And that is, you give us our win. You give us the true winner. We want that. A fake president, we don't recognize you. Yes. And your goons, we shall hound you. Wewe unaenda unapeleka watu kwa bunge, unaambia ati mbunge yote mwenye atajaribu kupinga hiyo bill utamwonyesha. Yes. Now you call kids to State House. And the best thing you can be able to do to a child, a Kenyan child, is give that child an opportunity to get education, quality education. That's what you are taking away from children. So even if you call them 1,000 to State House to come and eat, that is zero what you are doing. Give the child a best education. And how do you do that? By employing enough teachers, by giving the schools resources to run so that the school can run effectively, by making sure the exams doesn't leak. You sell the exams, you give people wrong results. Is that how you secure a child? We want the child, the future of our child to be bright and the future of the child to be right. And that starts by getting the quality and right education. This idea of calling people and to the State House children to come and eat, that's nothing. We need our children to get quality education from a lower class, from nursery mpaka university. Quality, free and quality education. We as taxpayers, we are paying a lot of money. Let that money go and get the services rolling to the people. Hii maneno ya kutoa hiyo pesa, Kibaki gave us free primary education. Uhuru came and made sure that at least secondary education is quality. Yeah, people suffered. We suffered under Moi. And that's why after 2002, we decided to change. And things started happening. Now you want to take us back to before, during like things to happen like they used to happen under Moi? We will not accept that. And then you just accept us to stay there and not talk. We shall talk because you are taking us to the ditch. Na hatuwezi kubali. And we shall not surrender, we shall not tire. We shall talk. Kama kwako watu wakuambii kwamba unapeleka hii nchi in the bad direction, then I'm telling you here, we never elected you and we don't want to see you at the helm. We want you to see you out. You can choose one of those countries that you visit every now and then. Choose them, one of them where you go and stay, plus your goods. But for us, we are tired with you. And we just want to see you out of that office as soon as possible. Because we never elected you in the first place. What do you know? Wewe, what do you know? Anything, tell us anything that you have done for Kenya. A positive thing that you have done for Kenya. Ulipinga Katiba, 2010 Constitution. Yes. When Uhuru tried to bring the BBI so that it can bring such an equalization and something, ukapinga. When people wanted to share the national cake in the right limit, ukapinga. What have you done? Ni kitu gani yenye umefanya maana hii nchi? You among the pressers, wewe ndio ulikuwa wale watu wenye walikuwa wana oppress watu in 1992. You are among the people who made sure who assisted Moi to steal the election. There's nothing good that comes from you. So the better you leave the seat as early as possible, then the better for us. Hussein, yes, wacha Zaka aone. I don't fear him. He has done nothing. Now, is the wrong person, is the person who cannot take us to where we want. We have quality and able Kenyan who can take us to the next level. But this mediocre, ule mama alisema serikali ya matope. Yes. Hatukuli barabara. Sai now even a 4x4 car is getting stuck in the mud. And you are telling us. Yes. Kindly come, guys, let's come to the studio. Let's come to the studio. Tuongee, let's see, Kenyan Andamano, Lala. Yes, wale watu wetu wakuja studio. Na even the new one, Harun, the new guys, those in the comment section, welcome to the studio so that we can be able to contribute to this discussion. Let's have a debate. One person talking is not good, but we need to have a debate. So a varied opinion. You come with yours, I come with mine. We share, and then we put those opinions together. Then you can see how we can take this Kenya to the next level. Don't wait to be a spectator. Come and join the fray. When all this is done, when everything is done and dusted, your name will be written in the books of honor that so and so stood for this. You see the way we can be able to count for people who stood for the second liberation, the people who made sure that the second liberation happens. Yes. If they stand to be counted, you see, like the other day when Honorable Lawrence Funa was being buried. Yes, he was buried with honor, dignity, and everybody celebrated him. But who knows, nana najua hata vile Mugabe alikufa, who honored him? Mobutu vile alikufa, who honored him? So let's try and live in the right manner, and let's try and be able to defend what is ours and stand for what is right. Yes. We should not be people who are bought easily, people who are swayed and yes. Therefore, tuchambue mtu na matendo yake. The likes of Zakayo cannot take us. I've been asking on this platform, anybody to tell me like only 2 things yenye amefanya yenye may contribute towards development of this country positively, yenye may contribute towards making Kenya a better place. You need to, as a human, you need to aspire when you grow, when we live on this earth, at least to leave the world better than you found it. When you go back to your maker, you need to leave it better than you found it. He came into this world and then he found education was not doing well. A person came into power by the name of Kibaki, who reversed those gains, and then the education sector tried to look up. We saw in 2013 when Jubilee One came into in power, we had people like Matiang'i who decided to correct the ills that were being done during the examination time. That was a positive thing because we need to be genuine, and we need to have quality people, and then we need to see the grades needs to follow the actual aspect, and we need to measure you according to what it's rightfully yours, not cheating. Even in football, we used to have a lot of cheating before the introduction of VAR. So you see, the technology goes, as the technology comes, it tries to make things better. But they don't want us to embrace that technology. That's why they can be able to charge on e-citizen, which is so petty and minor. They don't want people to enjoy the services. As we live, we need to get things better, not going back. Vile mababu zetu waliishi sio sisi, hatufai kuishi hivyo. And again, as now the way mambo hiko, land in Kenya is diminishing and it's going inabaki kuwa ndogo. So the only thing that you can give to the children of Kenya, to the youth of Kenya, is education. Because once you open up the education sector, they will get to learn, and by learning, they can be innovative and paying to fend for themselves. But now you are even that small thing, the education, the basic thing, you want to remove it. And in 2010 Constitution says education is basic. It's basic. It's supposed to be given to all people across the board. All the children needs to get education and health. But now you are removing all those things you don't want to even to impress them. We have said very well, health is a devolved function. You go on hiring community health workers, yes, without even consulting the governors. And that is the prerogative of the county government. Those are things that you need to leave to the county government, not you involving yourself. And you want just us to sit here and not to talk about it. Ndio ujue sasa wewe ndio kajogo. No. Akwendangi hivyo. We shall make sure you are out of that, and we shall talk. Tutaongea mchana, tutaongea usiku, tutaongea anytime, 24/7 until we choke. Because you have failed, and for your information, nobody elected you. Yes, I can be able to see Engineer Garuki, you are saying yes. I like your comment. I'll just put it here. Ruto has found himself under scrutiny in 2023 as several instances of contradiction and controversies put a public statement and raised concern among Kenyans, contributing to sense of confusion. Yes, you come to to national television, you lie to Kenyans, and you expect Kenyans to keep quiet? No, we shall not do that. Because when you lie to us, KICC is making 40 million, and we can be able to see from auditors' reports that KICC has made 900 million in the year 2023, 2022, 2023. It made 900 million. By mid this year, 2023, it made 500 and something million. And you come to lie to us, it made 20 million, and you expect us to keep quiet? We shall not. We cannot keep quiet. When you come to us telling us hao wengine walikuwa wakiandamana wakibeba masufuria kwa kichwa na hao wengine walikuwa nalima nikiwapatia mbolea, then the next day they are queuing there at 3 a.m. for food donation, what Mama Ngilu used to call molio, and you expect us to sit here to clap for you? We are not fools. We are not fools. We shall call you out. Because if a person went to farm and he had a bumper harvest, he cannot be waking up at 3 a.m. going to look for molio. Hawezi kuwa naamuka 3 saa 9 usiku wa manane kwenda kutafuta chakula, one paketi moja ama paketi mbili ya unga. Hakuna mtu mwenye anaweza fanya hivyo, hakuna. Ati nili harvest vizuri, niko na 2 bags ama our bag ya 90 kgs. Alafu na expect mimi nimeamuka saa 9 naenda kutafuta gorogoro moja ama kilo 2 ya unga. We shall call you out. Those people who went to farm and farmed and they got harvest, they're enjoying the fruits of their labor. They're selling it, wakiuza kwa market, because the market, I know it's good. A sack goes for around 5,000. You sell some, and some you remain, and also they get to enjoy Christmas. But we shall call you out because you are lying to the country. You are lying to the people. At I gave mbolea, watu wameharvest. Where is that harvest? Yes? And you telling us KICC is making 20 million and is making 900, and you expect us to clap for you? We cannot. We shall call you out. We shall make noise. Telling us that out of 10 shillings you collect 7 shillings, you are paying the debt. We are calling you out because when that debt was accumulated, it was accumulated to do what? Ni nyumba gani nilijengwa ama ni barabara gani nilijengwa? Na how much was it? And this debt you are paying who? Who is getting, nani ana benefit? Nani mwenye analipa huyo debt? We know very well the constitution says you should not borrow for recurrent expenditure. And you yourself, you have borrowed around 3 trillion. Where is that money? We shall call you out.
Alex, nikusaidie kidogo.
Yes. Go on.
Yeah, let me help you. Funga kikombe ya maji hapo. Allow me to rant a little bit here. You know, for your information, Bwana Alexio, we should not be worried of losses in KICC. If in any case it is making losses. Do you know, for your information, KICC imejilipa?
Yes, imejilipa. Ni faida sahi tunapokea.
KICC hata ikae hapo tupige mapicha hapo. KICC to us. Forget about the time when KICC ilikuwa imepokonywa na Moi. Ilikuwa it was Kanu headquarters.
Yes.
But the amount of money we have collected in KICC from 2002 when Kibaki brought it back to the government up to now. I can tell you the cost of KICC. In the construction time of 1973, I think when it was finished, its cost was not even beyond $1 billion. It's not beyond $1 billion in the value of that time. I don't deny. So, since KICC imejilipa, so we don't care about it. So, if KICC can be able to maintain itself and it stays there as a national treasure, we don't want profit from KICC. For your information, we don't want profit. I want to address Zakayo vizuri. We don't want profit from KICC. To us, KICC is a national treasure. Wale watu walijenga KICC wako kwa jeneza, walikufa. And the only way in which we can honor those people who are already dead and they gave money ya KICC, it is if that house can remain. So Bwana Zakayo, we don't need profit from KICC. And I want to address him now. Hakuna mtu anataka KICC, ile kitu tunataka, we want 1 minus 1 equals to 0. Ikae hapo, I can go hapo KICC na watoto wangu nipige picha, national treasure, good. We don't want hiyo nyumba ati ikuje ichukuliwe na mtu mwingine, then waanze kusema they want to change the functionality use of that house. That is a national treasure. To us, KICC is like a national park. To us, KICC is a national treasure. We cannot do away with that building. Now, at that building, we cannot give it to people we don't know. People to come and they can even do terrorism activities at the center of our town. We cannot allow that. So, KICC, go and even look in the Google, 1973, the cost of KICC, it's around 800, 900 million. Hapo. We are good. Hata hiyo pesa basi tuliokota 900 hii mwaka. Nyumba yetu iko sawa. If KICC can even make a profit after you remove the expenses, the employment, if KICC can make a profit of 1 million, we are okay. We don't care. So, you see, when people are telling you that let me tell you, there are some national treasures which are more important than a business. So, if Zakayo thinks that we need to keep KICC because it is making profit, he is wrong. KICC is there for our children. Any president who will ever come, KICC, and that's why we call it Kenyatta International Conference Center. Many meetings happen there. We know the importance of that building. And we cannot lose it in the name of profits. We don't need those profits. We don't need those profits. There are so many places where we can make profit. We can afford not to make any penny in KICC. We will make money in Masai Mara. We will make money in the Kenya ports. We will make money in all the other national parks. National heritage. We will make profit there. Lakini hii, wacha ikae hivyo. So, when you have somebody who is threatening the nation, can you ever imagine hizo parastato zote wanasema ziuzwe. What Kenya itabaki nini? Umeuza National Oil, umeuza KICC, umeuza Kenya Seed Company, umeuza Moya Mills. What is Kenya if you remove that? Ni swali tu nauliza tu, ukitoa hiyo ukitoa hiyo Kenya itabaki nini? What will remain? Kenya itabaki kitu hakuna. So
itakuwa imetolewa nguo.
Yeah, so if we imagine hii ni ile kitu hata maybe Nguru will even handle this as he gets in. Now imagine Kenya minus all those parastatals. Imagine Kenya which is not managing those parastatals. Imagine Kenya not managing KICC. Kenya not managing Seed Company. Kenya not managing Moya Rice Mills. Kenya not managing the National Oil. Kenya not managing the Kenya ports. Kenya not managing like they were close to 20. Can you try to heave out, remove? Can you try to remove Kenya out of those parastatals? And can you try to tell me which Kenya do you remain with? Unajua Kenya is not country bus. Hizi ni vitu nataka kuambia. Country bus tunaitumianga kwenda kupada basi huko. Kenya is not a Mudhurwa. Mudhurwa tunaenda huko kuchukua manguo na tuna nini. Kenya is those national treasures which we have. Sasa, and again, the same person, he want to sell our cheetahs. Now, and I know much of our cheetahs are in the national parks. Sasa, toa cheetahs from the national park. And once you start selling cheetahs, you will start confusing cheetahs and leopards. So as you are selling cheetahs, you will also sell leopards hapo. Na ukiendelea hivyo, pia uanzie kuona na hii manifesto ya Wajakoya ni kama ilikuwa ina make sense. Unaanzia kuuliza na hizi makende za ayena ziko wapi? Pia makende za ayena tunachukuliwa hapo. So this guy will even go beyond even implementing Wajakoya manifesto, and we lose our country as we have it. So these are things we cannot allow. And I want to say in 2024, Bwana Alexio, I hope us as Azimio tunajipanga sawa sawa. I agree in 2023, in some places we got disorganized. But our strategy in 2024 has to be clear. For your information, we are halfway the election now. For your information, we are halfway the election. Tuko nusu ya term. Whether it is 2027 ama ni saa hii, the truth of the matter is that the clock is ticking. So as Azimio, we have to now start looking for strategies to choke Zakayo. We have to drain him sasa sawa sawa. Si ameanzia kuamua sasa, yeye ndiye anaamua. We drain him cash, we drain him because we cannot take our cash to corruption. Our cash should go to places which are helping human life. Our cash should go to hospitals. Our cash should go to schools. So we have to think, any money which is not going to schools, hospitals, roads, services, we have to get it out of the government. They don't deserve our money. So 2024 we have now to be clear and we come up with a strategy. Kama hii ndio ile mwaka tunagonga nyoka kichwa tugonge. And I want to say 2024 we have to come in clarity. We should not afford to confuse Kenyans. Otherwise, third progression will come and take away from us. Hakuna atu wa Kenya atu watangojea ati tujipange. Kenyans want solutions. And if those solutions cannot come from Azimio, they will come from somewhere. So, if Azimio has to stand with the people ni sahi, na nilisema hapa jana, we have to stop this issue of Kiwarambe. We are not the people of Kiwarambe. We are the people of solution. Sisi ni watu wa kuangusha maserikali kama hazifanyi kazi. Sisi ni watu wa kutoa watu katika nafasi za kazi kama hawafanyi. Our work is to choke, drain, devastate where it is not working. And we have to return to that clarion call. Nguru.
Hello. Kwani umefunga?
No. Go ahead. I'm giving you time.
Okay.
Go ahead, we can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, that statement was made that people are not appreciative of what the government is doing, and if you cannot find anything good, then you can look for another country to go to. Now, basically what it is that people cannot be forced into liking. It has to be spontaneous. It has to come through the appreciation. So patriotism by itself does not mean not speaking out what is ailing the country or condemning the ills in the country. But here we are, where there are those who think that perhaps we are talking too much in terms of criticism. But the truth is that those are the true sentiments of the people. The people feel dejected, they feel downtrodden, they feel let down because the promises that were made to them are not materializing. There has been a lot that has been said, but very little that has been done. And the indications are that nothing is being done in actuality. All what Kenyans hear is about collection of revenue and borrowing, and that things will get better in 2-3 years. Now, in such circumstances, then people have to ask what is there in for them, because the indicators must start showing in terms of better living. You cannot be kept in suspense for far too long. They started with Biblia ikiwekwa chini, then 100 days, 6 months, 1 year. Now it is, they are talking of 10 years. They be given 10 years. And it is up to Kenyans to decide what they want. Matters as they are right now. It's a matter of making a decision, because things aren't looking up. Things aren't looking up. And for lack of knowledge or negligence, many things are not going right. Right now, you have seen the kind of things that are happening, that top leadership, they are going around giving so-called Christmas in their backyard. I've just watched a very depressing feature by Citizen TV that shows how people in Tana River district are suffering lack of food. They are sleeping outside because they were left in a very severe situation by the floods. They were left without food, they were left without shelter. They are now facing a serious health threat from waterborne diseases and so on. So when you see people going back to their backyard to give the so-called Christmas, when other Kenyans are actually in dire need of food in Tana River district. They are sleeping outside. They don't have clothes. They don't have food. They don't have shelter. And then somebody publicizes how he's giving handouts to his people in their backyard. It flies in the face of those leaders because their concept of Kenya is completely distorted. What should essentially be happening is that that food should be being directed to the people who are in a severe situation, like those in Tana River district, not trying to excite villagers with a few tokenism of handouts. It also does not show sensitivity, neither does it foster national unity, because it is presumed that you are just giving these villagers food because they come from your backyard. So, as a national leader, when you leave people in a destitute situation, it can be conceived that they are neglected because they don't come from your area. And you can imagine those people in Tana River, what they are feeling when they have that capacity to see food being distributed in places where essentially there is no problem really of food. It is bad. It flies in the face of those doing that, and it is bad PR for the leadership. They should be more sensitive. Let Kenyans be treated equally. I pity, I saw that feature in the Citizen TV at 9, and you can only shed tears. You see children sleeping outside, surrounded by pools of water. You see young men crouching under trees to find somewhere to sleep. You see mothers trying to ward off mosquitoes from the children as they sleep. And then you have, on the other hand, is followed by leaders giving handouts in their backyard where they come from. It's bad. It's terrible. It should not happen. Asante.
Sawa.
Thank you, Guru. Let's hear from Fight for your right. Thank you, Mama. Welcome. Merry Christmas.
Yes, Merry Christmas, everybody. Guru, how are you? I don't know the topic as yet, but I only wanted to let you guys know that Mrs. Ruto today, it was like Ruto slapped her when they were talking about Christmas at State House. Maybe you can see the mood. That lady maybe is just tired of her husband. If you check on the right side of her face and her eyes, believe me, that lady is in problems. And you know she cannot leave Ruto now. She cannot even try to leave him because maybe Ruto can just kill her. Eh? If you check on her face,
Let me ask you.
Huyu mama ni sensitive sana. You need to give her those stories. Okay. Ngule, hebu sema.
No, I believe for me, okay, maybe I will not want to curtail what you are saying, but I would rather keep off such. Those are personal matters. Let them sort themselves at night, at home. There are more serious matters of Kenyans who are sleeping outside without food.
Guru, what I'm trying to say is maybe she's also trying to tell her husband, Ati Daddy, why are you doing this to Kenyans? Then maybe she's slapped, told you know nothing. You are useless. It's like that. I mean, even the wife is tired of him. Even the way she was to, the best thing is meetings zikiitwa za watu. Let's try to tell them not to go to those meetings. Wasiende. Ile maneno ya ati president amekuja nini. No, it should not be there. Let him remain alone. Even his wife, I mean, she's feeling it. She doesn't know what to do. This man is hurting us left, right, and center. Let's not go to those meetings. Kabisa. Let's just
fight for your right. Fight for your
and
right.
I'm so happy about.
Okay.
I'm also happy about the mountain. The way they are doing it today. No, let me talk. I mean, you are interjecting so much. Surely. About the mountain, what I saw is like they are coming together. They are actually coming to terms. Whatever is happening now, they are actually realizing that whatever they did was wrong. And it's still wrong. They are now realizing that they were lied to. And they know it now that they are alone. Like now their lands, people who have land and they have title deeds are just about to be taken away. And they cannot allow such a thing. Even if you are elected with UDA, now they are actually thinking twice. I've seen it. They are up in arms. It is not right. So they should not also come out to go and like mob justice at the president, our president. They should not even give audience to him. That's what I mean. I'm a guru. Am I lying? Jiru, tell me.
That is already happening. Because today they were in Nyeri. Have you seen any public meetings along the way? The so-called, whistle stop meetings along the way. They went to a church somewhere, and the audience was as cold and as the ice in Iceland. They regarded trying to charm them up, but you could hear the sound of a drop of a pin. Those guys are completely out of those guys. They're just relating. That's what it is.
Yeah, wacha niongeze hapo kwa mama kidogo. Unajua wamama wanajua kuanalaiziana. Unaweza kuta saa zingine wamama wakiongea, I know this mama anaweza jua mama mwenzake akiwa amepigwa na bwana yake. So so fight for your right. Hapo sitakataana na wewe. Najua kuna ile ango unaangalia nayo, na najua hiyo ango unaangalia nayo hata nguru hawezi ona. So hiyo ni ango ya wamama. Wamama hata wanajua hata mama ako na njaa anakaa aje. Anyway, so I just wanted to react to that. So hiyo ni story ya wamama. Umefanya vizuri, you have done some body language interpretation for
lakini guru, I want you to watch that clip hiyo ya Christmas na uangalie huyo mama sasa ile anaongea na uchungu. She's talking with pain. Alafu ukiangalia macho yake side moja imefura hapa, imefura. Hiyo ni coffee. Imefura. And she was not like ati amefurahia. She's like forced to talk. Imagine. Angalia hiyo clip vizuri polepole. Hata ukiicheza hapa. Alafu uweke hiyo mahali Rachel anaongea. Niambie tu hata kama wewe ni mjinga aje. Leo ndio nimeona tu closely. Macho moja imefura na ninio imekuwa ni kama red na imefura. Alafu mdomo yake hata akiongea ako serious, si ati amefurahi anacheka, hapana. Angalieni hiyo clip. Mimi hata nilistuka.
With all due respect, that is speculative. However, I know that she's a prayer warrior. I hear so. So how do you know that she did not sleep while praying throughout the night? And that brings itself a problem of the eyes.
wewe nguru huwezi kataana na maneno ya mama bwana. Wamama they know how to handle each other.
One eye. Si zingekuwa both eyes. One eye. Na hata hii upande wa nyama imefura hapa. Hapa imefura.
Nguru, one thing which I can tell you is that by the way, I have experience of that, by the way. If you are getting that story from a woman, it is not speculative. Look at it closely. It could have 85% chances of truth. So hiyo siwezi kataa sana. Kuna pahali ameangalia. By the way, women are very keen on such things. So fight for your right. Ebu enda uangalie clip tena. You could get more details. So there is a possibility there is more details if you try to analyze it more. But anyway, mimi nataka kukuuliza swali sasa. Mbona hiyo Christmas walitengenezea watoto peke yao? Hakuna wazazi? Because I saw like ni watoto wadogo walikuwa hapo na wamewekwa hizo mapicha. What is the image of just doing a Christmas party for kids alone?
Where are you? I saw adults myself in Sukhoi.
No, kulikuwa na hiyo ya State House, alikuwa na watoto. Wachana na hiyo ya State House, kulikuwa tu watoto wameketi hapo nyuma yake. I did not see like mothers, fathers, I did not see. Mbona Christmas ya watoto? And then why can't he cascade these things to more places? Why can't he do that to Turkana people or to Samburu people? I think, or to even Canariba, those people are both coming.
I think maybe you understood when I said that what is happening is very depressing, because I've just seen a communication, a feature by Citizen TV saying and showing how people are suffering in Tana River district. They are marooned in water. And they don't have food, they don't have shelter, they have nothing, they are sleeping outside. And then on the other hand, you are having leaders going to misuse monies. Apparently, they are taking Christmas to some people who do not really have the problem, simply because they come from their backyard.
You know, that is a Sugoi president, we have to understand. And a Sugoi president has to treat his people. He is not a president of Tana River. He is not a president of Nyanza. He is only a president of Sugoi. That is why he is behaving that way. So, and his people deserve to get that, because to him he thinks he is a president of Sugoi. Because hiyo vitu yote alipeana, it can actually do wonderful job in Tana River. Kule watu wanabebwa na maji. It can do wonderful job in Turkana. Why can't he go and celebrate with the people who really deserve? Wale watu hawana nguo, people who do not have anything. We have them. People are destitute outside there. Why not come up with a unifying agenda like punguza bei ama reduce the taxes within the phase? I proposed that yesterday. Unasema tunajua kila mtu wako na njaa. For now VAT ya unga na mafuta itakuwa 12. Hiyo shilingi nyingine iko juu, mukule Christmas. Why not make such unilateral things which will affect everybody? Why not do things which will affect everybody? Toa VAT kwa vitu ya Christmas, unga, mafuta, you know those stars, maua, kadi, unasema anything which Christmas tree, VAT tumetoa by nusu. At least kama nanunua unga moja nitanunua 5. Even hata spill over mpaka February. That is what you do, but you don't do things to only benefit one person or a group of people. So he is a Sugoi president. That's why he is not willing to help anyone else, and he doesn't care if somebody in Turkana can die out of hunger. So right now people are just barely surviving to live because of the impunity and the agony which he has built on people. So mimi hata kama mama akuwa amepigwa kofi ama hajapigwa kofi, I would be happy for them to suffer, because they have also extended suffering to everybody. So mama, fight for your right. I think if you are causing havoc to people, you should also have problems. Kwa nini sisi tuumie peke yetu? Hata wewe umia. Unajua even kuna kitu tunasemanga even the rich cry. Hata mwenye akonazo analia. So if you think that it is only the people who you are oppressing, who you are oppressing, they are the only one who is suffering, is not true. Even you will suffer in one way. Hizo vitu zinakurudianga tu in a certain way. There is no way in which millions of Kenyans, children, wives, women ati wanalialia tu hivi na ukue na amani. Iwezekani. So in terms of that Mount Kenya thing, hiyo bwana Nguru umesema ati in Mount Kenya thing they are not receiving any. You see, Mount Kenya region is one of the hot place. If you want to know how you are faring, just go to Mount Kenya region. Mount Kenya region is usually very hot because in Mount Kenya region we have so many small businesses, and if there is an economic calamity, unajua sisi hatuna mashamba kubwa. I want to explain here. So most of our people lazima wakuwe hawkers, wakuwe watu ya jua kali, wakuwe watu ya kufanya hizi makazi ndogo ndogo, you know, fight for your right. So wakati economy ikipata homa kidogo tu hivi, the first people wakupata hiyo mapua, economy ikipata corona, let me put it that way, economy ikipata tu corona kidogo tu hivi, watu wa kwanza kumeza. Tulikuwa tunameza dawa gani hii? Tulikuwa tunameza ya kusuppress corona. Kuna dawa tulikuwa tunameza, nimesahau jina. There were some cough drugs we used to meza. Sasa economy ya Kenya tu ikipata tu kikohozi kidogo tu hivi, watu wa kwanza kulazwa ni Mount Kenya region. Unajua, we are not even like Nyanza people wako na samaki yao pale, wako na omena, they can do things here. Mount Kenya region, they have nothing. Truth of the matter, they have nothing. Tumashamba ni kidogo, so we depend with each other, kufanyiana biashara sisi wenyewe kwa wenyewe. So unaona watu huko, ukiona if there is no money in Mount Kenya region, no one will cry for you. No one will even shout for you. So I have talked with people there. People are devastated. People have no money. Watu ni omba tu. People are even having burial committees, wedding committees. We no longer even raise the amount of money. Siku hizi tumekuwa tukifanya maharusi za $1 million. Tunakuwa na committee na tuna raise $1 million. Siku hizi I have been in committees ya maharusi. Hakuna committee hata moja ya harusi from July. Hakuna harusi hata moja tumeweza kufanya na ile pesa tulisema. Inafika tu siku ya mwisho, iko imebaki siku 2, committee tunaenda kando, tunasema si nyinyi watu wanajipanganga na kile wako nacho. Bwana Guru, we had put a budget of 1 million. We are in 300. Sasa siku ya harusi ndio hii. Sasa tunaanzia tunaleta hata bwana na bibi harusi kando, tunawaambia sasa wakubwa, we don't even need a very big wedding. The most important things ni nyinyi watu muwekwe pete. Kwani kuna mambo mingi, hata sio lazima watu wakule. Sasa we now start tunaanzia sasa hii maneno, this don't care attitude. Sasa hata sio lazima bwana harusi abebwe. Bwana harusi anaweza bebwa na boda. It doesn't care. The most important thing, as long as bibi harusi amefika kanisani na amebebwa, the others wanaweza jipeleka. Munafika hiyo level sasa. Now it is in large scale. We used to make weddings of 1 million, $500,000, and we had no problem to raise that money. Sasa hakuna. Tunatengeneza tu maharusi tu na ile pesa imepatikana na kukata budget. Ati vitunguu kilo 15, haya hiyo mkate kilo 5. Sio lazima watu wakule sahani full. Hata kijiko moja inatosha. 1 ladle is enough. Kwani walikuwa wakuje kukula huku kwetu? The most important thing ni bibi harusi awekwe pete na aende honeymoon. Hiyo maneno ingine is not a must. Nguru.
You know, the problem with you is that you are making a serious matter to like, you are making it like a joke. unachekelea watu. You are even lucky that you are making weddings. As watu wanatafuta pesa ya kurudisha watoto shule na college. In fact, for the first time in many years, people are wanaitana chai kupeleka mtoto university kwa sababu hana pesa hata ya transport ya kufikisha Egerton ama Moi University. What are you talking about here about weddings? Hizo mambo hiyo ni ya wadosi. Hiyo si mambo ya nini ya kuongelea in serious. Maybe make fun out there, but the truth of the matter is that we gone back to a period before Kibaki came to power, when people will just gather to look for money to take children to the university and the schools. That's a situation. It's a bad situation, though a very bad situation, really. And poverty has started increasing seriously in central Kenya. Poverty, food. First of all, food poverty. Even before you talk about poverty of other things. So it's not a laughing matter, Njiru. Usichekelee watu yetu bwana. You should be thinking of what we do from here.
Sijacheka. I was trying to in a cautious way. I wanted you to get to the situation. Lakini siku hizi the most important thing ni pete. Wewe tu tuweke mtu yetu pete.
My friend, when you see a place you will find 20 border, maybe now they are remaining 7. Where do you think those youths, the teen youths have gone to? They have abandoned that business because people are preferring to walk where they used to get a ride. It's not joke. It's not joke. That's the way it is. You have heard people saying they have adjusted even their domestic budget to fit in. If it is food, if you are buying 4 pieces of packets of milk, you start buying 2 because that's what you can afford. So it's not joke. It's not joke, Jiro. Don't make it any laughing matter here. You might make some people go into greater depression.
Ni sawa. I was just trying to bring out that issue. So moving forward, what ile tutakuwa tuna budget itakuwa tu pete tu. The rest watu wakuja wakuwa wamekula.
Moving forward, Njiru, sisi tuko Kenya. Sasa tutumie tu Christmas kidogo kidogo. Kidadi.
Imagine.
Moving forward.
Or he's talking that.
Tutumie kitu tu moving forward, my friend. Moving forward.
I hear you are our ambassador something there, Murete Mandora.
Tutumie kama hata mimi hata guru. Aki. Moving forward. Be serious.
Okay, nimesikia hiyo. Sawa, muingie kwa private chat hapo, muweke majina. It's okay. Wacha tusikie Romeo. Unajua Romeo anakujanga hapa na ile kizungu kubwa. Unajua Romeo ni mtu wa kizungu kubwa.
Mimi Njiru, mimi niko serious. Mimi niko vibaya sana. Sawa. Naweka jina.
The only thing nitawasaidia nayo lazima niwanyongeza kayo. Hiyo nayo nitawasaidia. Weka jina. It's okay. So Romeo, leta ile kizungu kubwa sasa. Leta ile kizungu kubwa, usileta ile ndogo sasa.
Leo kwa sababu leo wacha niongee Kiswahili sanifu. Mahali nimekosea mnisamehe. Leo nataka kuongea Kiswahili Njiru bwana.
Sawa, endelea. Mbona utuweke ile Kiswahili kubwa? Weka ile ya msamiati.
Mimi Kiswahili nilichapa tu 20. So 20%.
Sitaki kwenda huko. Anyway, salamu nyingi kwa guru. Fight for your right, mama. Salamu. Alexio, you might be in the background. Salamu as well. Um, Merry Christmas. How merry is this Christmas, Mr. Njiru? Please tell us. Mama amekwambia that it is nothing but lamentations in Kenya. Wewe twa hiyo Merry Christmas tafuta jina ingine. Lamentation will do.
Hey,
Anyway.
inakaa hii jina imeanzia kuudhi watu. Kesho nitaingia na jina ingine.
Your jina, it is not living up to the occasion of what Kenyans are experiencing at the moment. But to my dear fellow countrymen and women, how long shall we converse, sit, talk, reason, comfort each other, while the man that we know that is messing up everything that we have and have proudly been part of, called Kenya, right now is sitting pretty in an amazing chair, probably worth 10,000s of shillings, anakula mazuri with your tax money. Mnakumbuka tuliambiwa huyu jamaa hata akilala akipumua tu hivi shilingi milioni moja inaenda hivyo masaa moja. He uses 1 million shillings just to breathe an hour. The longer this man keeps breathing, the longer we are gonna be in trouble. Huyu jamaa lazima tumweke awache kupumua, kwa sababu akipumua hivi, akitoa moja hivi, pesa inaanguka, akitoa ingine, na mnajua the bill comes back to us. Sisi ndiyo tunanyanyaswa. Hiyo akiona pesa ingii mzuri tena, hivi karibuni ataanza kucharge, kama si mbuzi na ng'ombe zenyu, hata mapanya zenye zina encroach your properties, ataanza kuzicharge. And mimi, my cry to you, like I've always come here and said it, Njiru knows. Huyo jamaa, there's only one way out. C2, C3, there's only one way out for this man. Otherwise, he's not going anywhere. He'll be there for a long, long time. And the one way ni wananchi wenyewe. Muamue, mutembee mpaka pale State House, mulale pale njaa kila siku. Every day. Paka yeye mwenyewe aseme, this is too embarrassing, I'm resigning. Lakini mukiendelea kukua keyboard warriors and social media warriors kama sisi na Njiru. Najua Njiru ya Christmas yake, it's well organized, way far in advanced, you know. Wakenya nyinyi naye anawatesa na wanyang'anya kutoka kwa mfuko yenu, alafu anatafuta sack with his mugshot na jina yake. Ndiye anaweka moshere enye ameokota sijui wapi. Hiyo moshere by the way imeokotwa, I'm sure. Anybody wants to bet that? That is not consumable moshere. I'm telling you, this man has no conscience. Hiyo ameokota mahali. Hiyo imeokotwa mahali nchi fulani. Rejects. Akaleta kwa nchi akasema, we tupeeni watu wetu so that we get votes for next time. So unapata watu wamekuwa refugee in their own countries. That's what he has turned Sugoi into. Like you were saying earlier, ati aliwapatia mbolea, sijui akawapatia seed as well, lakini watu wako na njaa. This is how dictators operate. If you want to control people, you starve them. You make them need and want you. So Sugoi people believe that Ruto is none other than Jesus himself reincarnated. Because he's bringing manna in form of moshere. And he's able to distribute to them because wakona. Now ukiwa na njaa, I'm a little bit forgiving when it comes to these men and women in Sugoi wenye wanapanga laini tangu saa 9 ya asubuhi. Ni kwa sababu njaa imewachapa. Na hiyo njaa badala wakae chini wafikiri, na hii njaa kwa nini inatuchapa? Kwa nini sina mpesa mfukoni? It is because somebody is taxing you heavily. heavily. Hata wale wenye wanategemea watu kutoka diaspora yenye watu watumiwe madola, hiyo madola hata sasa pia it's being taxed heavily. So at the end of the day, kama familia yako ilikuwa inapata dola 100 kila Christmas, sasa hiyo dola imeshuka mpaka dola 50. Ndio mimi nashinda nikiwaambia Wakenya wenzangu, the path is narrow, the way is straight, but the action is only one. Stop that man from breathing, otherwise he's going to breathe until you have no penny left in your pocket. Every time he breathes, every time Ruto anapumua, pesa inaenda. Sasa imekuwa hata viwanda vinaenda. Imekuwa KICC, it's on the way out too. You know? And lazima awachishwe kupumua. Akiwacha kupumua hivi, labda tunaweza pata another way of doing things. Now, nilikuwa tunataka kuongezea, earlier on I heard you guys talk about KICC and privatization of the parastatals. If I just may comment on that. So I'm a big time believer in private industry, because private industries create jobs. Government is not good at creating jobs. You enter in any country world, they will tell you government are terrible at managing its people's money, so they're terrible at creating jobs. Now, mimi ningekuwa, which I do not wish to be, but ningekuwa an advisor wa serikali ya Kenya yeyote, ningewaambia these parastatals, since they have never performed, let's be honest, Kenyans always inject tax money into them. I think Kibaki came, he injected some tax money in them, zikafanya, and then they were looted again, and then they were dying again. Uhuru came, akajaribu yeye pia pale na hapa na pale, and then they died again. That's because government has never been good at doing business. So my recommendation to Kenyans, any Kenyan government official listening, take this parastatal and ask Kenyans themselves to buy them. You'll be shocked. There'll be Kenyans who can afford it. Kenyans can come together, 2, 3, 4, 10 groups, and they buy these parastatals and they run them. So it's still Kenyan owned, but privatized. So upati ati ni mtu mmoja tu, because what Ruto is trying to do here, what Ruto is really trying to do, anajaribu ku own these parastatals through the back door. Alete marafiki zake ndo wazinunue, zikuwe zake. But if these parastatals were actually put out there and Kenyans wakuje together wa bid on these parastatals, there are many Kenyans abroad who can come together, who make a lot of money. Okay? Hii pesa nye tunatumaga Kenya kila wakati mtu akikufa. By the way, if we just come together and say, okay, Kenya imekufa, tunaitumia pesa, because nimegundua Kenya tunapenda kukufa sana. Kukufa ndio kitu tunapenda. So tuseme Kenya imekufa, tuite parastatal kama gani? Mumias sugar imekufa, tunataka kuichangia tuizike, and we want to raise $1 billion. Let me tell you, within 1 month there'll be $1 billion ready to buy Mumias sugar. Okay, sasa hiyo Mumias sugar, these Kenyans who have raised this capital, watafute, they hire a CEO. It can be a CEO from anywhere. Okay, hire a CEO. They also have a say. They own 100%, or maybe go 50-60 or 60-50 or 60-40, 60-20 with the government. Okay, where these Kenyans who have put in their capital, they own 70% of Mumias, and then government owns 30%. And then the board is constituted the same way. Alafu watu ambao wamenunua hii kitu, they constitute the board, wana hire a CEO. It becomes a modern run industry with profit, because once we put profits there and board inasema, hey, lazima tukue na profit, so we pay dividends to our people, then it's run correctly. Mimi kitu it's very simple. In fact, kama hawajui kitu wanataka kufanya, wanipatie muone. I will structure it so that it will make profit. Okay? and we will hire professionals to hire it, na hakuna kuandika ati kwa sababu wewe ndio uko kwa board ati laini ya familia yako kutoka your sister to your great grandson anakuwa employed. Hapana, it's run professionally. People are hired according to their profession, according to what they bring on the table and who they are, and it can be done. So instead of selling it to outsiders, these parastatals can be sold to Kenyans who just come. He just needs to say this. What the government needs to say is, well, Kenya, we're gonna put Sony or Momia's sugar for sale. It will be selling for this much. If you Kenyans come together and buy it, it's yours. Okay? Then you'll see what Kenyans will do, because Kenyans know that these things are just not run well. If they run well, they'll make profit. And they can do them with the Kenya Seed and all those companies that are being sold. So I am not totally anti-privatization. I am against how Ruto is going about it. Because if you go about it in the right channel, where the it goes through Parliament approves the amount of what it's worth, these parastatals are worth, and that's what it's put out there. And first, they give Kenyans the opportunity to bid. And it should be an open process where we know who is bidding. Kwa sababu hatutaki ile kitu yenye Ruto anataka kufanya, anarudisha Sudi ndiye anabid Kenya Seed with a proxy name. Okay, we don't want that. But we want, if there is a conglomerate of businessmen or syndications that are coming together and can also produce the capital needed, they can come in and purchase these parastatals and run it like Fortune 500 companies in the world, where we go and we hire the best CEOs in the world. Hata kama huyo CEO ni Muhindi tunamtoa India, so be it. Why? Because we want profit. If that CEO has to be a white dude, so be it. Why? Because parastatal ikianza itengenezi pesa, we can fire him quickly. Hakuna ati sijui, unajua mimi, you know how Kenyans we complain. Huyo ni mtu yetu mnafire, yes, sijui ni Mkisii, sijui ni Mkalenjin, sijui ni Mjaluo, kwa nini mnatoa mtu yetu? But if we bring a neutral person, someone mwenye tunajua he's there to show us profit. If he messes up, we fire him. Tomorrow we find another one. That's how this parastatal should be run, not by kingsmen. And the boardroom is full of kingsmen, and they don't know what to do. That's what is happening in Ruto's government at the moment, where he has put his kinsmen, men from his tribe, and these men have no experience in running anything. Angalia Murkomen. Murkomen is dumb as fuck as they come. I mean, that guy cannot do. Let me stop there. I don't want to keep cussing. I'm sorry, Alexio. Hii imetoka kwa bahati mbaya, usinitoe. But what I'm trying to say is this. Easy parastatals allow Kenyans to bid for them. And Kenyans who are in diaspora, ambayo kila year, I think we send how many? 5 billion? How much do we send to Kenya every year? And most of this money that Kenyans send to Kenyans send back home is going to do dead capital, ambapo wamejenga manyumba kubwa kubwa ambazo hawajai hata ingia ndani. They're sitting there as dead capital. If Kenyans can transform this dead capital, okay, into income generating, profiteering industries, then we change the economy. We change the economy by ourselves, by just redirecting the amount of money then we are so busy using to send people to burial with. Ama like Njiri was saying, hizi mchango za harusi. We fanya harusi yako peke yako bwana. Wacha kutuambia tuchange harusi. This money ambayo tuna waste. Wewe tukwambie hivi. We fanya harusi, sisi wacha tuchukue hii pesa yenye tungechanga kwa harusi yako. We put it in an industry so that it can employ you, so that you have a job, so that you can feed your family, so that down the line your family is taken care of. You're not coming back to community to ask for money. So hii pesa ambayo tunatumia kila wakati sijui ni mazishi, harusi, sijui nini. If it is just channeled correctly. And for me, because I'm a diasporan, I'm speaking from a point of view where I have seen the amount of wealth diaspora has everywhere in the world. Na Wakenya wako kila mahali, kila mahali hii dunia, ambapo tuambiwe tujigawanye, tuseme hivi. I'm just giving an example, please. Just hear me out. Tujigawanye hivi, tuseme diaspora ya Europe wapewe momias, waambiwe if you guys can raise 1 billion pounds or dollars or euros, you'll own 70% of momias. 30% ibaki na government kwa sababu we don't want to take it full control because it's a Kenyan property. Okay? Alafu warudi waseme which one is the other parastatal inauzwa? The another big one I'm trying to think.
Kenya Pipeline.
All right, Kenya Pipeline. Waseme the United States is such a big country. Let's divide it into 4 sections. Okay? So diasporans of the southern part of the United States, you have first priority to purchase Kenya Pipeline if you can raise $1 or $2 billion. Then ujione majabu itafanyika. The money is there. It's just that most of these diasporans know that hii black tax ya kutuma pesa nyumbani kila wakati and goes nowhere, and you have not created employment for your person or your people, it just comes back to bite you. You create this dependency of give, where you become a Jesus, like what Bwana Ruto has become, Jesus to Sugoi men and women. But if we channel the money correctly and purchase these parastatals and that are they want to privatize. So it's number one, Kenyan owned, because it's probably half owned by Kenyans and half owned by government, but it's run by professionals. Profit is what we are looking for. So people who are hired in positions of decision making as CEOs are also professionals. That is something I've thought about. And if any government official wants to make this work, tafadhali, kama amuna plan yoyote, reach out to me, I'll help you. I will help you bring these Kenyans together, hii diaspora mzima. And we put this thing together whereby we are creating employments in Kenya and not just hand giving. You know, hii kupeana pesa, the problem with it is this. If those of you who have read a book called something interdependency, and basically the theory is once upatie mtu 100, atarudi kesho tena atakuomba 100 ingine, na kesho kutwa atakuomba 100 ingine, na it becomes a repetition. It's just human nature. This is not a Kenyan problem. It's human nature, ya kwamba mtu akianza kuomba aone unaweza mpea ishi hapo. Kuna ile kuomba useme I'm in a really bad state, nisaidie leo and then nitashukuru sana, sitawaiomba tena. Hapana, kunaga human nature like that. Mtu anaomba leo, aombe kesho kutwa, aombe. So it's a never ending thing. However, if we channel that money, we come together like Indians come together and create businesses to employ their own. We come together na hii pesa ni tunatuma moja 100 kila moja. We get a cooperative formation, a syndication. That's what they call it in America. We form a syndication of like-minded people, and we ask a bank, an international bank. Wachana hizo banks za Kenya, but I don't trust them. We ask an international bank to come in where we put our money together. We say this money is meant to purchase Kenya Pipeline. Once that money is enough, we come to government and we say, we as diasporans of such and such a state, let's say a state of Texas, we have raised $1 billion and we want to own Kenya Pipeline. How much is it worth? They give us their say. We negotiate if negotiation is to be done. And then we come in and we create employment. The reason why I'm doing this, mimi kama Mkenya, why I would put my money in it, not because I can get profit right away. It's because I know that with Kenya Pipeline running, I've created jobs for at least 5,000 Kenyans. Those 5,000 Kenyans, they are my brothers and sisters. Even if they're not directly related to me, they are my people. Alafu tufanye wawili watatu. Sasa hii pesa ikwe creating jobs instead of just individualism, kukula hapa, kukula pale, za Christmas, za mazishi, za weddings, sijui nini. kila mtu afanye wedding na pesa yake, kila mtu akuwe na insurance kwa sababu ako na kazi, mtu wake akikufa, he has insurance that covers them. So it's not a community run thing all the time. Anyway, Alexia, I will engage in discussion. Nisiwe na monologue.
Thank you. You are saying well, but you know, somebody at the helm, si mtu wa kuadvisiwa, he knows everything. He has the monopoly of everything.
That's very true. Huyo jamaa, we are wasting our breath, I know. Lakini I'm hoping that labda kuna mtu anatusikiza hapa could be the next president of Kenya. You know? Atakaa chini akishaingia aseme, you know what, I once had a story somewhere. Let me see if it can work. Because, Alexio, diaspora has wealth, and diaspora has put their wealth in Kenya and packed it as dead capital, na manyumba kubwa kubwa ambazo they only visit them wakati mtu amekufa. That's dead capital. We all know it. So, so if we can take, instead of these building dead capital that we pack everywhere in Kenya, tukuje tu pamoja tuseme, let us create job opportunities. The other thing I also want to talk, if I may pivot really quick, my friend Alexio, let me just pivot really quick. Kenyans need to know what Kenyan's economy is good at. When Ruto alikuwa anaongea ile wakati alikuwa interviewed, I think he said many things like, oh, you know, Kenya has only 50% arable land. Kenya wants to do food. Kenya wants to do manufacturing. Kenya wants to do this. Kenya wants to do this. Look, Kenyans, I'm talking about policy now. Policy. I like policy. Now, what is Kenya good at? I will tell you what Kenya is good at from someone who has listened to other people who are not Kenyans talk about Kenya. One thing they like about Kenya, number one, it's tourism. Number two, it's the best place to be if you want to have a good time. Okay? I'll only take those two things. So Kenya inajulikana for its service industry, that's the good time. And number two, it's tourism. Vitu kama chakula, kama we only have 50% arable land that can be useful or be used to feed Kenyans, that is not enough. Now, this is how you negotiate. You go to Uganda and Tanzania. They have more percentage-wise arable land. And you allow Kenyans, or as a government, you negotiate with this country and you saw that Kenyan businessmen who are in farming can rent acres of land in these countries. And they are producing food for Kenyans. That is cheaper than actually Kenyans producing their own food. Because we only have 50% arable land, as you're saying. Hata hiyo sijui kama ni ukweli, Alex, unaweza nikosoa sababu Ruto lies about everything. But if that's the case, this is how you get out of it. Food, say this to yourself, other than small-scale farming here and there that we have, that's okay. But when it comes to large-scale farming, then let's reach out to our neighbors and negotiate a deal where we rent acres of land from them. And we allow farmers from Kenya to be able to do farming for food just to ship to sell to Kenya. And then now, resolve food shortage. So where we concentrate as Kenya, we are good at IT. IT is this idea of African Silicon Valley is a big thing sold here in the diaspora world, that Kenya is the next Silicon Savannah. Okay, we take those three things: tourism, services, which is a good time, and IT. Those are the three areas that if I were the president of that country, I would concentrate on. Only. Remember, I'll give you an example of Taiwan. Why is Taiwan so rich? I wouldn't say rich, but why is Taiwan the way it is today? Taiwan is only known for one thing. Taiwan hawanaga chakula, hakuna chakula inagrow. They don't even have the land. Taiwan is known for producing one thing: semiconductor stuff. That is what keeps Taiwan going, the economy. Wanatengeneza semiconductor chips that is used in your computers, in your laptops, in everything nowadays, hata magari, because even magari is computerized. That's all they're known for. So Mimi, I will tell government, concentrate on two areas that we are good at. We are good in tech. We have very, very well educated tech guys and women. We are good in a good time, so our service is good. Watu wakikuja Kenya, they have a good time. Raha iko Kenya ni mzuri. That's good. And then we are also good in tourism. So everything else kutoka kupanda chakula to manufacturing, let's give that up to other countries that have the capacity to do it. We concentrate on only 3 things and we build big in it. We go big. All our money to go in those 3 sectors. So when it comes to tech, Kenya is the place to be in Africa. When it comes to tourism, Kenya is the place to be in Africa. When it comes to services, good service, have a good time, go to Diani Beach, go to Malindi, all these places that I've been to Malindi and what is it called? Watamu. Dead capital, man. Like, it needs to be revamped. If we can revamp those 1, 2, 3 area, and we just say to the entire world, this is how we advertise Kenya. Sisi wa Kenya, sisi si wakulima. Sisi wa Kenya, sisi si wa manufacturing. Sisi wa Kenya, we are not all those things. We are just 3 things. We are tourism, we are tech, and we are services. Services meaning we have the best hospitals, we have the best restaurants, we have the best beaches, you can come and chill, all those things. Alafu, we expand it as large as we can. In fact, we go outside and we tell our people, those are the 3 agendas. Tuache kungangana na hii farming na hatuna land ya kufarm. Just give that up. The reason why I say give that up is many countries, including the United States, they do their farming in Mexico and Costa Rica and most of the Caribbean islands. Because those Caribbean islands, they can grow food year round. In America, you can only grow food probably 2-3 months a year. Okay? But this country, they've gone and rented hundreds of acres of land where corporations, farming corporations in America have been given first-hand opportunity to do farming in Costa Rica, to do farming in the Caribbean, and then they ship the food to Americans to eat. Americans hawanaga shida ya chakula because they have get into an agreement with other countries who can produce food and they feed them with food. They have accepted that in America growing food will be expensive. That's the same thing Kenyans need to come to that acceptance that growing food in Kenya, kabla tuchimbe mavisima, sijui Kamarera, Red Dam, sijui imekulwa, hizi vitu zote ni za kukulwa tu. So if all that money was directed specifically to the 3 areas Kenyans is good at, tourism, services, and tech. If all this money yenye tumepoteza all around, sijui tunajaribu kusijui kufanya nini, sijui tunaenda sijui if all that was just put in these 3 sectors and we expand it, watu wenye wako Kenya na wanataka kufanya manufacturing and they're in big manufacturing sector, let's say Tanzania becomes a bigger manufacturing country, they can go there and do manufacturing. Okay? But sisi, we concentrate in areas we are good at. We just do it with perfection. Like I've said again, take Asian countries. I'll give you an example of Taiwan. Taiwan does not produce their food. Taiwan, manufacturing hakuna, kila kitu inatoka China. But there's one thing they do that they sell to the entire world. It's called semiconductor. Okay? That is it. So unapata hata watoto wao wakienda kusomeshwa, they're being directed towards that industry so that they can produce even more. And as they produce more, they expand that, what I would call employment opportunities. By expanding employment opportunities, those people who want to do other things, they're free to go to other countries to do that. But sisi, we have what we're good at. And Kenya, ukitembea in many countries, they tell you, I've been to Nairobi, it's the best place to have fun. That's the first thing you hear. Okay? So, you already watu wameshatutengenezea jina. We don't even need to advertise that. They know if you want good hospitality industry, you want to be treated well and have a good time, go to Nairobi. So hiyo hata tuhitaji kuadvertise. So we just need to expand it. Sasa si Nairobi peke yake. Kuna Kisumu, kuna Mombasa, kuna Eldoret, hata Masabit, to find a way to make it fun to be in Masabit. That's what we're good at. I think I'll stop there.
Thank you, Romeo. I think you are talking correctly And you know, those things are captured in Vision 2030, the things you are talking about. That's why there's that concert Techno City was designed to be coming up before 2030. We should be having it. And number two, that's why we need to have Lamu Lapset corridor. It was coming with that because it has Isiolo as a hub, a city. It has Lamu. But what are the leaders doing? They are not doing anything. Hao ni kuiba tu, kutafuta kuuza. But there's a Vision 2030. What are they doing about it? Nothing. Okay.
E-Vision 2030, 2060, 20 whatever. This is all bullshit, man. These are people with no idea. In fact, another president comes along, I don't care if it's Raila or whoever, and tells you about Vision 2030 something, please tell him to go away. See, you know, you don't need to, you can create a vision. You don't need to put a date on it. But you can create a timeline, and on the ground people can see that the projects are happening. You know what I mean? Hii kitu ya Vision 2030, kwa sababu ukisema Vision 2030, I can say this. By the time 2030 gets here, zitakuweko. Lakini you don't see anything. So to me, I think when a president comes to power, they should start showing where they're going. For instance, when Uhuru came on, he started showing us infrastructure. You know, Kenyans are now proud of their infrastructure. So these roads and all these things and railways, and that's good for the economy. But we can say that Uhuru was a president of infrastructure. That we can say that without a doubt. Then we can say the next president, Ruto, I don't know, Ruto is not my president. Mwenye alimvotia shauri yako. Anyway, the next president can be the guy that now ties all the economies together that we need, all the little the little economies that we have in Kenya. Okay, the tech, and I understand you don't have to do everything. Just pick what you're good at, and that's what I'm telling Kenyans. Let's pick what we are good at. Let's stop trying to be farmers, to be everything that we are not. We are good at tech. We can provide that knowledge. We are good at tourism, and we are good at services. Let's perfect those three. Hii maneno ingine nayo tuachane nayo, tuachie watu wengine watusaidie. Kama ni kukula, let's go make deals with our neighbors and tell them, hey, we want to rent hundreds and thousands of acres in your land, and we want to produce food specifically to feed Kenyans. Specifically, this food will not be sold in your country. It will be sold in Kenya. Once we get these negotiations in place, we know food is taken care of. Sasa hata watu wa Masabit, no food is available because they have been factored into whatever we are producing everywhere. We know we have 54 million Kenyans. Tunapiga hesabu tunasema roughly tuweke 60 million Kenyans, right? 60 million Kenyans, how much maize do we need to produce per year? And we go to these places where we can produce maize all year round. And we negotiate with them. And we tell them we want to rent for 100 years. And when 100 years end, we can renew if we want to. We will see. But for 100 years, we want to rent this farmland, thousands of acres. Kazi yetu ni tuko na Wakenya ambao ni farmers. We can identify them. We give them incentives and even subsidies to go start doing farming in these countries, specifically to feed Kenyans. So mtu mwenye anatoka Turukana, Tana River, sijui all these places that are arid that don't produce anything, they're not worried about food because Kenya has identified his source. Food is provided to every Kenyan. It's just now the market value of what we pay for the food to keep the industry running. Anyway, Njiro, I'll give you an opportunity to come in as well.
Okay, sawa bwana Romeo, leo umesema story mob. Ile kizungu yetu kubwa, which is okay. Yeah, you see, I don't know how we can rescue this country. Saa zingine nafikanga level, I start asking myself, what are we not doing right? Must the people have a very boring and solitary life in a country Yani, must you be like uzuni forever? I don't know if Bwana Romeo, you understand that mood.
I agree with you, man. I agree. Kenya
Uzuni
wamekuwa
like
na uzuni for a long time. You're totally right.
so, and sasa like hata tu ukiuliza tu mtu like how do you feel as a Kenyan, like yani you don't have that charge like hey, I'm happy of what is happening, because you know that negative energy in so many people, you cannot build anything because we are not pulling in the same direction. Aya, umesema story ya Taiwan na sijui wanaulizana nini na China.
Neo industry. You see, Taiwan used to be like what let's just say let's say, you know what Zanzibar is to, like, Zanzibar is a wrong story because Zanzibar used to be autonomous once upon a time. What island do we have? Let's say Migingo in the Lake Victoria.
Yeah, I know. You see, the problem of Taiwan is Taiwan, they chose the West. That is where their problems started.
Yes, but they used to be China once upon a time.
They used to be China, but now you see how Chinese politics. You know, like Taiwan is perceived to be a democracy. They do elections. You understand?
Yes.
They do elections. They have a parliament. They have a prime minister who is accountable to people. So, like the problem of Taiwan started when they adopted a more Western-like political style, other than the Chinese style one. The Chinese style of politics is the silent politics. You know how they operate. Like people have no influence of who becomes the president. People have no influence of who becomes the prime minister. The central military organization of China and the CCP are the ones who are responsible of raising people who will move from one position to the other. So, and Taiwan was unable to adopt that system, and they continued becoming more friends with the West. And as they continued building more relationship with the West, they continued building a wedge between them and their parent, who is China. So that's where the issues started. It happens by default. If you have too much relationships with the West, definitely Chinese and Russians will not take you kindly. So Chinese and Russians will only take you kindly if you have limited association with the West. So they don't want where you have sunk. And like if you look like on that semiconductor industry which you are talking about, which also including even like the owner of NVIDIA, there is a big company called NVIDIA in America. The guy is from Taiwan, and so you can see now the influence of those microchips coming all the way from Taiwan, including to the extent.
Yeah, actually, sorry, just finish what you're saying. I was going to comment. Sorry.
So I was just saying, if you see the influence of semiconductors even in America is so huge, because now like those semiconductors are one of the key input in making the GPUs, which are now powering the big industries in the world. Whereby without the GPUs now you cannot have now this modern civilization which we are talking about, especially big data and so many other things. So that is why America, and I even had that politics from some. There is somebody who was saying America can die for Taiwan than even for Ukraine. So to them, they believe Taiwan is a more important asset than even Ukraine.
Yes, and I don't know if you're aware. I don't know if you're aware about since that conflict between Taiwan, America, and China, that America has gone further now to create or to build semiconductor manufacturing industry in Ohio. So they're putting things in place to try and move their dependency in Taiwan. But basically, the reason I brought up Taiwan was not about their politics or anything like that, because politics sometimes is relative, is subjective. Some people think China should stay with Taiwan. Some people think Taiwan should be autonomous. I'm not interested in that. The reason I brought up Taiwan was to show you that I don't know the best word to use. If it's like a monolithic economy, for lack of a better word. They have taken one thing, they have mastered it, they have perfected it, and they have made it, they've owned it, and everybody relies on them to produce this thing. And this thing is the microchip we're talking. And most microchips are produced from there, where it's powering our refrigerators nowadays, it's powering our vacuum cleaners, it's powering our anything that has sensors or need or Internet of Things to be connected to online or anything like that. These chips comes from Taiwan, and that's why I was saying in Kenya we just need to be masters of three things. Is good. We only 50 million, 54 million people. We're not that many. If we just perfect hospitality industry, which is service industry, another word, tourism industry, we put all our effort and money in it, and we also do tech. And tech, we are known as the Silicon Savannah. We take that name Silicon Savannah and run with it. You know, we have already brought in all the big players, the Microsoft, the Google, but all these guys, we better be careful with them. All these corporations from America, if you know what usury is, they're gonna mess up the country. We create our own technology. From within, we promote our own Zuckerbergers, create our own Elon Musks and all these people. Let's not just take these American corporations to come and feed off us, mooch off us. Let us create our own industry. The only thing we can do is exchange, and with this other Silicon Valley or Taiwanese when it comes to chip, we can even go that direction of saying, hey, look, Taiwan is making, this is just an example, for every microchip Taiwan is making, okay, every microchip is worth, by the time it's out of the assembly line, is $200. We Kenyans, we will do better. We will excuse me, we will make the same microchip for $150. But the thing is, we have to build the industry. And then the industry becomes that to build that industry, the place has to be conducive for the industry to function. So then we go back to our politics. Our politics has to be right. So that means whoever is in power, the presidency, everything has to function right. Let me tell you, my fellow Kenyans, I have been privileged to sit in tables negotiating deals where I am trying to, for those who don't know, I'm an investor. I am trying to bring investment opportunities in Kenya. I have a company that I run with a few Kenyans, and we consult in different areas from green hydrogen to different areas, technology-wise. So I'm sitting in a meeting with some, heavy players, heavy players, and we are discussing. And this was just before the election, okay, before the election, and we had put these meetings had been going on for months before the election was coming. So, and these were German investors that we had met in South Africa. And so we met and we were talking, and so they asked the question, hey, how are Kenyan elections? This is the first time they're paying attention to Kenyan elections because they want to do business in Kenya. So we were two Kenyans in there. We looked at each other, and then we looked back at them and we said, oh, fuck. We don't know what to say. Why? Because Kenyans elections are always crazy. But then we said we are banking on this guy that is a guy we think that can take Kenya to the next level. His name is Raila Odinga. And then they're like, oh yeah, we know Mr. Odinga. And then we said, yeah, we are hoping it looks like he's going to be president. So I think Kenya is going to go the right direction. So they're like, okay, yeah, I think if he takes power, then I think Kenya will be good. So our negotiation was anchored on a Kenyan election and how it was going to go. Sasa election ikafika, they emailed both of us, my partner and I, wakatuliza, hey, we are seeing what's happening in Kenya. What do you think? Bwana, we were all just we didn't know what to say. I'm telling you the truth. We
Sema
didn't know
you
what
are
to say.
numb. Sema you are numb. You couldn't respond.
I couldn't respond to those emails. Tukamwambia, you know what? I think the Supreme Court will do the right thing. Let's just give them time and see how this plays out. Wakatuambia, okay, we are watching. Another week later, it looks like Mr. Ruto is going to be president. You look at the email and you're like, oh. So finally, this is a true story, my Kenyan friends. This is a man. I'm speaking from experience that I'm trying to bring jobs to Kenya. Okay.
Sema investor alikanyanga kubwa kubwa.
Hey, bro.
Malizia investor alikanyanga kubwa kubwa. Wacha kuficha.
Bro, na vile tulikuwa tumejipanga vizuri. We were even bringing European Union into it through these guys. You know, and we were focusing in East Africa, but mainly Kenya. We had brought in some universities as well. I don't want to name them here because if kuna mtu anasikiza atajua nani anaongea. But anyway, we had brought in some major Kenyan universities to actually draw even a curriculum program on how to create hydrogen-driven energy. And this is green hydrogen, for those who know hydrogen. This is green hydrogen. Hey. Sasa, let me tell you guys where we are right now. Everything is on hold. Because Kenya is not conducive for business. And then wakati walianza kuongeza, na wacha nikwambie kitu moja, wazungu are very good. Hata hii maneno ya kuongeza taxes, wao ndio waliniemailia hata kabla sijajua. Ukaniambia, hey, I see doing business in Kenya is going to be more expensive. I'm like, oh, how do you know? Let me call my people to find out. You know? So these guys have already done their homework because they're very much interested in cheap labor in Kenya. The goal was actually to produce hydrogen gas. Yeah.
Romeo, let me ask you a question. Hold on that's a little bit. Why can't you go and invest in another country? Must it be Kenya?
They did.
Must you hold your investment because of a country which doesn't want to do anything?
Oh, I'm glad you asked that. Just after the election and Ruto was inaugurated, my guy said, look, we still need market. We're going to put Kenya on hold. You're still in ile tu ni kutupapasa, yani tusikasirike. They reached out to some people in Namibia and South Africa. They took the project to Namibia and South Africa. So
I hope you will dive. You'll dive. Please, I need to hear you in Namibia and South Africa. You cannot hold your life because of a country which doesn't want to move.
No, but in Namibia and South Africa, my business or my partner and I don't have any any connection. So so they found other people to deal with in Namibia, and they signed a deal with Namibian local governments. They were given even land and all these things in Namibia. Anyway, long story short.
I have seen you are part of the casualties wa Zakayo. Pole sana. Pole sana. You know, I have been thinking Raila Odinga was the only casualties. Kumbe kuna watu wengi.
Kuna wengi bwana. Wengine wetu hata tukatoka social media for a while bwana. You know? Wengine wetu tuliumia. Na unajua wengine wetu wachana, at least Raila Odinga anaweza sema yeye mimi hakuna kitu, nothing has affected. Mimi kulikuwa na biashara nimepanga vizuri. Sio hiyo imeenda hivyo.
Anyway, sorry for that. That is the predicament we have. And now you see they also pretending that they can do the same things which you people are also doing, that at the end Kenya will still be able to grow. But mimi kuna kitu najiulizanga, and I always want to ask myself, what did we not do right? Like
everything.
Huh?
Everything.
Really?
Yeah.
You know, let me tell you, and I want to be frank with you.
Number one, even before you go ahead, corruption. Oh, bro, let me tell you. Let me just give you an example why I'm saying this. When we were still negotiating, this is before election, this is where still Uhuru was in power. I flew to Kenya. I was in Nairobi, and I met a few energy department folks. Okay, after nimewanunulia lunch na kila kitu, Unajua mimi sijazoea kupea watu rushwa. But anyway, so we met and I was telling them what we are trying to do as a company and all these things. And our watu, they are more interested in me niwapatie hongo so that they can make things work for us.
Si ni hivyo? Kwani ulikuwa na expect nini? Bwana Romeo, hebu nikuulize.
Wacha nikuambie. Mimi, this is how I think. There's something called delayed gratification. You don't have to kukula up front. Ailewa hata hapa America, hata nchi zingine watu wanakula. I get it. But unakula na mpango, kula na akili bana. So this is what I even told them, look. I even told them this, guys. When this project gets here, okay, once it's in the ground and it's working, you can employ your cousins and your brothers and you can employ them. So instead of mimi nikupatia 1,100 kila wakati nikikuja kuongea na nakupatia 1,100, 1,300, why don't you wait? Let the project take work, okay? And then within the project ndio unakulia. Na pia ukikulia unakula na mpango. Usikule project mzima. Even anywhere in the world, kukulia, that is a normal thing. It's not unique to Kenya. Ni kama ile story Raila alisema ati ilikuwa ni minister wa Asia, ilikuwa Singapore ama wapi? I think Malaysia. Ati alikuja
Nigeria. Malaysia and Nigeria.
Ati sijui minister wa Kenya akaenda Malaysia. I'll just repeat the story for those who have never heard it. Raila Odinga says the story. Alafu akaenda Malaysia, akaona how Malaysia has developed. At the end of the meeting, Malaysian minister akaambia his counterpart of trade, let's go to my house so we can have dinner, you can even stay at my house. So wakaenda kwa nyumba yake, wakati wana drive wanaenda kwa nyumba yake, huyu jamaa ametengeneza very exclusive ranch, beautiful place, nyumba amejenga. Hey, akamuuliza, na hii pesa, mimi najua how much you're paid. How are you able to build such a house? Malaysian minister akamwambia, unajua, unaona ile barabara yenye kutoka huko mpaka huko? Hiyo ni that beautiful road, yes, that is finished and amazing, yes. The money yenye libaki ndio nikatoa kidogo nikajenga naye nyumba. Kenyan minister akarudi Kenya. Alafu counterpart wake wa Malaysia akakuja kumtembelea Kenya. Hey, Malaysia after wamemaliza meetings whatever they were doing goes to his house. Akamwambia, "Hey bwana, wewe nyumba yako ni mzuri hata kuliko yangu and I know you are paid less than I'm paid. How are you able to build this house?" Akamwambia, "Unaona ile barabara ya changarawe pale sijui wapi 80% ya pesa ilikuwa ienda hapo ndio nilijenga nyumba." 20% ndio alimwaga naye mchanga akawacha kama barabara haijaisha. You see, it's different reasoning. Are they both eating? Yes. But Wakenya wanakula bila mpango. Okay? You wait for the project to finish and you actually do it well.
Ni Nigeria. Romeo, ni Nigeria, sio Kenya, Nigeria. Look yonder. Nigeria.
Okay, thank you, Mama. So thank you for correcting me. But yeah, so the gist of the story is Mwafrika hapo huyu jamaa anakula na hii kitu, it's not kukula is not an African disease. Corruption is not an African disease. It's a disease everywhere in the world. It's just that in these other places institutions function well. It curbs many parts of corruption. Ziko, hata Trump mliona vile Trump is so corrupt, you know. Ziko kila mahali. Ni ile institutions have been put in place where they help manage corruption. So kama mtu anatengeneza barabara inatengeneza kwanza, chenye imebaki ndiye anakula, see the other way around. Sasa mimi niko hapo Kenya, hawa majamaa Ministry of Energy wanaanza kuniomba pesa na mimi nawaambia, look guys, hata mimi I'm a businessman. I want to make money. So once we bring these investors in, this is how we're going to make money. Wacha tuache kukula kwanza before hata wafike.
Romeo, wewe ulijisaidia. Ungeendelea kusikiliza watu, ungeisha. No, I'm telling you. Wewe ungerudi na suruali imetoboka. Let me tell you.
Na kuna kitu mbaya, ndio kitu mbaya na Wakenya. Unapata Mkenya amepack Range Rover kwa meeting yenye mnakutana na Range Rover, na mimi nimekuja na Uber ya Subaru Uber dimeni drop kwa hiyo meeting. Alafu ananiomba 10,000 ati nipatie tu yako. I'm like, are you serious? Bro, do you know how much it costs to maintain a Range Rover? In fact, Range Rovers are the worst vehicles to own because maintaining them is very expensive, spare parts and all that. Okay? Mimi, umeona Uber imenidrop pale? Hey, ni Subaru, right? Yes. Alafu unaniuma nata naibu, and this is someone very high in government. Namuuliza, bro, 10,000 inakusaidia na nini? Hiyo hata si mafuta. Like, what will 10,000 do for you? Nothing. But ile tu aje kuiba. You just there's this thing in Kenya, nikikutoanisha hata 200, I'm proud. Even though 200 doesn't do me any good. Kuna hii kitu in Kenya, hata kwa parking lot ukienda kupark, unaona askari anakuambia hapa ni waheshimiwa wana park. Sasa mimi kwa sababu ni Subaru nimekuja nayo, naanza kumwambia bro, I'm really quick. Wacha niingie tu hapa nitoke, sina ubaya. Lakini anataka animpatie hata 100, hata 100 cannot buy anything in Kenya. Lakini so long as amenitoa, he feels good about it. Oh, she feels good about it.
Aya, Romeo. Hold your thought kidogo, ebu mama achangie sasa. A little bit. Tutarudi hapo. But I'm glad that
I was thinking we can just have a conversation.
Yeah, so, I agree. Ni sawa. But I'm glad that this you are able to still collect your ticket and come back. Huku kulwa vizuri.
You sound like you've had that experience where ulikulwa vizuri.
Wewe endelea kucheza na crocodile tu. Kenya unaogelea na mamba, my friend. Investment in Kenya ni kuogelea na mamba. Ni yule hata mezo wa kwanza.
na mamba you know, it's one thing kama mamba ni 3, 4, 5 kwa river. Kila mtu ni mamba, kila mtu. Hata siku hizi wa mama ndio worst. Hey!
Aya, ni sawa. Fight for your right. Hebu changia kidogo.
Hapa Kenya, Romeo, nisikudanganye. Ukiingia tu hata kwa gate ya immigration uulize kitu, hakuna mtu ajui chochote. They know everything. Na unaanza kukuliwa hapo hapo. Kama saizi hizi passport ati ili upate, mtu anakuambia, anaanza kucalculate mahitaji zake. In fact anakuambia, hiyo tu ndio nataka 15,000 passport ndio uipate kwa mkono hivi, na ni kitu inapeanwa tu bure. Na saa zingine utampatia 15 na hutaipata. Ni njaa kila kona. Hata kampuni ukitaka kufungua atakwambia vile you have to pay him some loot vizuri ndiye aende akuongeleshe. Unajua huko huwezi ongea bure, hakuna mkono mtupu wa ilambu, unaambiwa tu on the spot. Yenyewe kuna njaa, sikudanganya. In fact you are very right, unasema ukweli.
Let me say this now that you just reminded me something. Sorry, niko na echo inatokea wewe.
Funga moja sijui ni gani. Si ati nacheka kwa matanga, bwana Romi, unajua ile kitu iko. No, I want to tell you. Mimi Kenya nilikulwa mpaka what and then you see, sorry to say this, unless sorry ni hivi, jamaa tu anakuambia sasa, unajua sasa yule mtu tunakutana na yeye, si unajua lazima tupange vile atakuja. Ebu kwanza tupei. My friend, I'm telling you, within 3 days, umeraruka mamia. Na hakuna kitu imesonga. Hakuna kitu imesonga, ni masimu tu. Si unajua sasa pale tulifikisha, kuna jamaa mwingine ametokezea pia yeye anataka hii. Si tuone vile tutafanya hapo. Unajua, na wanakuja wakiwa wawili na lazima waende lunch. Unaonaje hapo? Let me tell.
Alafu biashara, kitu na hii kitu Kenya biashara. Unajua mimi nimezoea when I'm meeting other businessmen. Normally either kama I'm paying for the lunch, it has already been taken care of. Mkiingia hivi mnajua, hata mnaambiwa just eat whatever you want to eat, it has been taken care of. Kenya mtu anakuja na watu 3 na ulikuwa expect mtu mmoja. Sasa wewe umelipa lunch watu.
Anakuja mmoja aje, na unajua lazima apige bragging rights. Zinaitwa bragging rights. Tuendeni niwapeleke kwa mkubwa, Nyinyi mnafikiria mimi ni mtu dogo. Tuendeni muone. You people you think I'm a small man.
Na wewe mimi saa hizo budget kwa sababu niko na kampuni. It runs legitimately. So nikitoka mahali na I'm flying to Kenya, vitu kama my lodging, my food, kila kitu is catered for from the business. Sitoi kwa mfuko yangu. Unaona? So nikishapanga tunakutana na wewe, this is how business runs. Sijui wa Kenyans need to be shown how to run business kusema kweli. Wa Kenya hawajui run business. So mimi nimefika, tumekubaliana tutakutana watu wawili, tutakuwa watu wanne. Okay? Hii watu wanne nimeshaambia kampuni yangu, hey, I'll be spending this much, we'll be having lunch for people. Okay? That's what we have demarcated for it. Nafika pale, jamaa amekuja na bibi yake, okay? Huyu jamaa mwingine ameleta sijui kazini yake ambaye yeye ndiye ako karibu na Ruto. Ama ako karibu na Uhuru. Sasa by the time unakaa chini, wewe kwa business yako umedemarcate for 4 people meal, you have 9 people. Sasa mimi nashindwa hawa 9 people, nani atalipia hawa 9 people? Mimi nimepanga ya watu wanne na mtu amekuja na bibi yake. Sasa mimi unashindwa hii ni biashara gani? Hata hao pia they should know that businesses operate with business money. So hiyo sasa inabidi utoe pesa kwa mfuko yako to cover the business where you're short. The other thing that nilikuwa nataka kusema is when mama reminded me is there was one time, this is 2, 3, 4 years ago. I was pitching a deal for some investors' friends. These are actually friends of mine. And one of the guys in there joked, akasema, Rob, Mimi, I've never done business in Africa, but because you are the only African I know that is a friend of mine, I've thought about it, but what I know about Kenya is non-profits do better than businesses. I am not kidding. That's what he told me. Mimi nawaambia wa Kenya hapa for free. I'm telling you, bro, I was disappointed. I was shocked. But he's telling the truth. In Kenya, aliniambia, so what Kenyans called NGOs. Aliniambia, in Kenya, NGOs or non-profits do better than regular private businesses. What he was trying to tell me is this, Rob, I am ready to start a non-profit, na hata nikusaidie we raise even $1 million, tuende Kenya tufungue orphanage. Kuliko tuende Kenya tufungue factory. Take this for free, Kenyans. Mkitaka muchukue, mkitaka mutupe, I do not care. That is what this man told me.
Romeo, hebu nikuulize point that. Hebu niambie ni watu wangapi Kenya wako na biashara kubwa zinaonekana? Like we can count them. Maybe the only wale watu najua by the way they have businesses, serious businesses. Ni mtu kama Manu Chandaria, huyu amejenga KU pale.
Na hata huyo Manu, how does he survive? How does he survive?
It's being on the right side of the government. You have to do business with the government.
No, lakini he corruption around everywhere. How does Manu navigate all these things? Hata wafanyikazi wake kumuibia all these things. How does he navigate? How is he able to make profit? Because it sounds like he has hacked it. I don't know. He has hacked it, man. Because I feel like for you to do business in Kenya, mpaka ipate profit, you must hack the Kenyan social culture. Which is, ukifunga macho hivi kidogo, skuru zako za kwa wed hardware zimeenda. Ukigeuka hivi kidogo, ugeuke hivi.
Lazima ukue mjanja. Ni wajanja. Let me give you a case. I had a police issue. Wacha niwachekeshe kidogo. So tulikuwa tunafuatilia kitu. So hiyo kitu tunafuatilia kwa polisi, kufika wakati wa kukulwa. My friend, the amount of money ile polisi walikula, it was more than kile tulikuwa tunafuata. Hadi kafika level wakinipigia next week. Nikawaambia hiyo story nilimaliza. Tuache sasa. Sababu because now we were now going to the usijali mkubwa, hiyo kitu itafanyikana. We were now going to the level sasa naendelea kukulwa tu. Wewe, I never deal with the police.
Yes. That is Kenya for you. That is Kenya. Hiyo ni ukweli kabisa, hapo ndipo. Hapo ndipo umegonga kabisa. Polisi nao ukienda tu kwao hivi, ukikaa tu kwa kiti hivi, mkono gam hiyo, mkono yako yani mkono mtupu hailambu. You sit there like this, what problem do you have? Yes, it will be solved but with money, si bure, na sio pesa kidogo. Polisi ndio corrupt number one. Hata ukisikia ati DCIO huko ndani sijui nini, hizi pesa zinachukuliwa kwa barabara, si wanapeleke wangu what else? Usicheze na police station huko, nayo ukikanyaga umeisha, you are a finished, a gone case. Hakuna hapa kushakuwa kumeharibika, ni corruption tu, ni pesa inaongea, money. If you don't have money, there's nothing you're talking about. Kanjo hata akiingia kwako, hujakata license pengine ya building hapo mali huko unafanya biashara, but maybe umekata licenses kadhaa na hauna tu maybe moja, ama hata imagine hata mali unaweza sema unauza nguo, wanarudi wanakuuliza iko wapi nini license ya kabuti. Kama hauna kabuti unafanya nayo nini huko unaulizwa. Sasa hiyo tu ndio umekosa. Sasa utaulizwa hiyo kabuti, na ukikataa, in fact wanakuingiza kwa ile lori because of that. Nayo hapo ili utoke, license ni 5,000 but you'll part with 3,000 juu ya kabuti, ili tu urudi usifike huko kotini. Kotini ukifika, unajua hata hawaulizangi chochote, ni unapelekwa remand kwanza, kwa maana watu ni wengi. It is shocking. That is why unasema tu chukweni tu hiyo 3,000 nishuke. Lazima wakutafutie tu, yani hata hata kama umekata license, you have to close all your doors mkisikia Kanjo anakuja, because lazima wakutafutie kitu tu, lazima. That is how Kenya is, by the way. Hata gari ukisimamishwa, lazima akutafutie tu kitu, lazima. Ndio unaonanga watu wanahepa, wanakimbia.
Mimi kuna siku nimeitishwa fire extinguisher. Si unajua hii fire extinguisher ya moto?
Wanaitisha.
I didn't know that you need to work with a fire extinguisher, to travel with a fire extinguisher. Sasa mimi niko ile kakitu ya dot, ile kakitu ya stop niko nayo, kila kitu, first aid kit iko, kila kitu. Karao tu anaangalia tu hivi tu. From nowhere. Na hii gari ikipata moto, utazima na nini? Mashida zilianza hapo. Hii gari hakuna fire extinguisher? Hebu kaa kando kwanza. We, toa gari, toa gari kwa barabara, toa gari kwa barabara. Huyu mtu ana fire extinguisher na anatembea.
The worst part ni wakikusimamisha, so unajua vile wanakuja kwa mlango ya nini, kwa dirisha ya dereva. Badala mtu asimame tu straight, mtu anaingisha kichwa mpaka this police woman nikamuuliza, do you wanna kiss me or what? Yani ameingisha kichwa yote ndani ya gari. Sasa mimi nashindwa ni like I was so uncomfortable. Kumbe anatafuta makosa.
Wacha mama endelea. Okay, mama endelea.
Sasa hapa Kenya lazima tu ukue careful. Ukiwaona, yani tukiwaona, we just close our doors. Hakuna njia ingine. You don't wait. Even if umekata hiyo license, lakini just close. You just have to close. Kwa maana atakutafutia shida. Lazima. Wewe una shida. Lazima.
Mama, siku moja tu muungane, mungoje tu hiyo Kanjo akikuja hivi. Muchape hao. Mpaka wasirudi.
Hiyo inafanyika huko, maybe ukisema Mkuru ama wapi. That is what I mean, such a thing can happen there. Lakini huku kwingine hawawezi. Watu wanakimbiaga tu, ama hata ukimbii mnakaa tu nje, mnangojea wanatembea, wanaangalia, they go.
You agree with me, Wakenya pia wameweka uoga fulani. They don't know. They know their rights by knowledge, but our Jewish act as far as demonstrate that this is my right, you're crossing the line.
Yes, you can talk about your rights, but your rights will be thwarted like that. Hata tu na mwenzako. Hata na mwenzako. Na ukienda huko kwa ukubwa, kwa ule mkubwa pia anaungana na watu wake. You will be left there like a fool. Hiyo rights tumejaribu. Hakuna hata juzi sasa kufinywa kwa matatu. Si nanio Mchuki alileta maneno mzuri watu hawafinyani kwa matatu. Sasa nikaleta tu shida yenyewe. Mimi nilienda upande wa Western kidogo. Na sasa vile tumekaa kwa gari tumefinywa, you can imagine na matatu. Ile mnakaa watu watatu, mumewekwa watu watano. Nikawaambia you cannot, kaa vizuri na huyo madam kukuja. Ati anataka kuongezeka kwa watano. Nikamwambia utakaa wapi? And you can see we are already 4. You want to sit on who? Ati nunua gari yako. Na wote walinitusi, walijaribu kunitusi. But there was only one woman there who was also elderly. Akasema ati now, why where are you going to sit? She's saying the truth. Ati anunue gari yake. Hawezi kuongea hivyo sijui. Nikamwambia no. You cannot come to sit on me and you're actually insisting ati sasa nikae kwa gari yangu, ninunue gari yangu. You don't know your rights. That is why unaona unakuja kunifinya. Can't you tell the matatu man ati hapana, it can't fit us? Tuliargue hapo for a short while na nikamwambia that is why utaendelea tu kukua thick hivyo. Mimi excuse me, hautanifinya. Nilimwambia tu hivyo. As Kenyans hatujui rights zetu by the way. Hata tu vile umesema. Hawasikii huko nyumbani ni lazima mkae. Walikaa mbele watu wamekaa watu 4 pamoja na driver anakaa ni kama anataka kukimbia.
Inaitwa sambaza.
Hizo za nyumbani nayo ni alafu pesa ile bado wanatupiwa chini. Pesa makanga anatupa tu hivyo. Polisi anaenda na okota. Hiyo inaendelea. Come what may. Mfanye nini? Hakuna kitu.
Is that one unsolvable? Yani hatuwezi solve corruption in the room.
Huwezi, corruption itaendelea. As long as these policemen are not paid well and they are living that way, hakuna corruption itaisha. Hakuna. Hao wanaishi vibaya, they are so poor.
Yeah.
It's so sad.
I agree with you that corruption, the best way to kill corruption, because
there is an echo somewhere around you.
Maybe it's my...
Ebu angalia kama uko na program mbili, usikuwe na YouTube na StreamYard, you need one of them, so you have to switch one. But StreamYard
is there an echo?
Okay, endelea.
All right, so I was saying that corruption is in every state and every country. It's just the degree of corruption.
No, Romeo, but there is what we call visible corruption. Unajua ya Kenya ni visible corruption.
Yes.
Ile iko kwa macho, visible corruption. At least hata kama kuna corruption, si at least ikuwe tu ni ile yani corruption you cannot detect. But sasa hii ya Kenya ni ile tu iko kwa macho. Unajua ukienda kwa polisi huko ni kukulwa, ukienda kwa ofisi ni kukulwa, ukienda kufuata pesa yako ni kukulwa, pesa ya retire ni kukulwa. Let me give you an example. Na ndio unakuta hata saa zingine hata watu wamekataa hata kufanya kazi zingine. We have gone to follow an invoice somewhere. Tumeenda kufuatilia invoice somewhere. Unapeleka invoice, accountant wachukue, walipe. My friend, tunapigiwa simu. Sasa hata hatuko huko. Sasa tunapigiwa simu sasa. Kuna mtu anatupigia kwa ofisi anatuambia sasa hii document yenu kuna vile tunaona itakaakaa hapa. Alafu sasa unaanzia unajua they first of all pose a problem. Hii document yenu tunaona ikikaakaa hapa. Namuuliza kwa nini? Nyinyi watu I think you people ni kama hamtaki kulipwa. You see, that is what somebody is telling me at I think you people ni kama nikamuuliza. Sasa mimi nikaanza kumuuliza naweza leta document aji na sitaki kulipwa. Si nileta document ili nilipwe. Nyinyi watu amfuatilii, you are not even asking the people who are concerned of this document. Nyinyi kuleta anyway, nyinyi watu ni kama hamtaki kulipwa. And in your that circle, huyo mtu tu anataka tu kusikia tu ukimwambia nitengenezeni hiyo kitu, nitatoa hii na hii kitu. It was unfortunate, nilishtuka. Can you imagine mtu anakupigia simu anakuambia ati mnyi mtu watu ni kama ati hamtaki kulipwa. It's sad.
Yeah, so what I was going to say, and let me just correct myself. Corruption is everywhere in the world. What Kenya has done is Kenya has institutionalized corruption. Like it is institutionalized. It's kind of like in some countries like United States, there's institutionalized racism. Kenya has institutionalized corruption. So what do I mean by this? In many countries that are not as corrupt like Kenya, you'd go to get a passport, everything you do online, okay? After the payment is done online, and then they tell you, hey, send a photo and all these things and wait 30 days. If you don't receive your passport by 30 days, please call us this number, blah, 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 blah. Now, Kenya, e-citizen has been corrupted. The institution has been corrupted. Where sasa e-citizen ukilipa kitu, kumbe kuna mtu mwenye ame tap the account yenye watu wanalipa to e-citizen, pesa inaenda kwa mfuko zao. That is institutionalized corruption. Unapata all these departments like energy, of agriculture, of sports, of you name it, led by our politicians, they have managed to institutionalize corruption in them. Where akipigiwa simu, secretary wake akishika simu ambiwe, hey, nataka kuona mzee ama mama, I have this thing that I want to discuss. First, hata secretary mwenyewe atakwambia mdosi yako busy. Lakini ukimwambia kuna 5,000 hapo kando inakukujia, nipatie mpesa yako, umtumie 5,000, all of a sudden mdosi amepata time. So everything in Kenyan institutions have been corrupted. The difference between Kenya and many other countries is most institutions in these other countries work. So hata kama kuna corruption comes in when it's out of the institution, when we are dealing with outside of institution. For instance, we're getting a business deal, there's no institution involved, alafu ni urushe ama ni kurushe. That's different. Kenya, the system dina kurusha.
Yeah,
wacha nikuambie Romeo, hiyo system ya immigration watu wana apply, ndio una apply through engine mpaka tunalipa inaenda. Sasa wakati wa hata unaambiwa tarehe ya kwenda kuchukuliwa hizo ma fingerprints, tunaenda mpaka hiyo tarehe umeambiwa unaenda, inatolewa. Ikishatolewa wakati wa kulipa ni lazima ulipe kitu kidogo, usukumiwe itoke upesi. Yes. Saa hizo ndio mkora iko. Saa hiyo ndio mtu anataka 10,000 zake, anataka 5,000. Unasema nini? Ndio kusukumie ndio upate passport.
Yeah.
Na tayari ulishalipa 5,000 kwa cyber hapa. 5,000. Ile ilishaenda immigration. That is the saddest part.
Wacha niongeze. Unaona fight for your right, this corruption tunaongea nayo hapa. Sijui kama ulisikia kina Rafael Tuju akisema walikuwa wanatafutwa na mtu wa kuuza certificate ya president.
Yes.
No,
yes.
Kuna kitu ilisemekana kama hiyo, hata certificate ya president ilikuwa inauzwa.
Correct.
Ni vile like
corruption, yes.
And I believe it is true. I believe it is true sababu kuna vitu nimejaribu kufuatilia, and I have seen what corruption can do in a country, and I know our country the levels zile tumefika corruption. This is what happened. Sasa this one happened to me. I think I have to share this. Tukaenda interview pahali ya kazi. We did interview. Sasa mkifanya interview ni kungojea matokeo sasa. Ni kungojea matokeo. So unajua some of us tukifanya interview tunasonga mbele. So wewe unasonga mbele kwa kazi zako because you only start thinking of that place ulifanya interview, wakikupigia simu wakikuambia ama ulikuwa successful. but unaendelea na vitu zako. Sasa sisi after tumefanya interview, napigiwa simu sasa. Sasa naambiwa sasa, by the way, hiyo interview ulifanya vizuri sana. Kulingana na vile nimeona ni kama hata utachukuliwa sasa. Imebaki tu kitu moja. So sasa mimi hata nikaje kumwambia okay, vizuri sana. So kama maneno iko hivyo, so like anakuambia yani things are working. Okay, namwambia vizuri. Sasa akaniambia sasa ile kitu tu imebaki tu ni moja. Kuna mtu moja tu pale naona tu anaweza leta tu kisirani. Kuna mtu tu moja tu pale. Lakini tunaweza ongea na yeye. So tuko watu kama 5 hapo hivi. Wewe ukipata 200k, hii kazi ni hivyo. And in any case hii kazi iko na pesa mzuri. So what is 200k? Wewe tulipa hiyo 200k na hii kazi itakuwa yako. Nikamsikiliza tu hivi. Anyway, that time I thank God I was not jobless. Nilimwambia tu acha hiyo kazi ikae. Na nikaachana nayo hivyo. So but I'm trying to tell you now that was a follow up call after an interview. Mtu ananiambia nitoe. And the truth of the matter, I'm double sure pia watu wengine walifanya interview. So there is a possibility mimi ningetoa 200,000, hata watu wengine tulifanya interview na wao walipigiwa pia wao watoe 200,000. So nani ataajiriwa na sisi wote pia tumetoa pesa hapo? Si unaona hiyo ni kukulwa? Aya, fight endelea.
So hiyo kukulwa, that's what I meant by institutional corruption, where actually hii si wananchi wanafanya hivi. Hii ni people who have been put in power. This is how they make their money, by allowing all these money to come in, because at the end of the day nasikia hata ukisikia kwa police unasikia the police bosses ndio hii pesa wewe inawafikia, wana collect kwa barabara. It gets to them and they know. And even ukiweko polisi wa barabara inaitwa ni traffic police, you kind of like no, wewe kazi yako ni kututafutia pesa. Okay, and so I think I saw something about, na sijui walifanyaje ati watatoa this is police traffic people kwa barabara. Wale watoa ama bado tu wako? Hapo ilikuwa tu mdomo.
Lomi, hebu nikuulize.
Wako kwa barabara, wako sana, wako.
Kuna kitu najiuliza. Kwa nini polisi wa Kenya hawananga nini? Polisi wa Kenya hawana recorders like when he is engaging you there is recording ya hizo vitu, ni namba tu peke yake. Mbona hiyo polisi ya Kenya wasikue na recorder na kamera? At least tupunguze hiyo wizi, camera and recorder which can na pia in any conversation wako nayo na mtu, it can be pulled up. Kunasemekana alikutana na so and so this time and this is the recording. Why can't we reach that level of having recorders and cameras? Bodycam.
Nilisikia Murkomen aliongea hiyo kitu. Aliongea juzi, alisema sio juzi lakini I think ni kitu a month ago. Alishaongea juu ya hiyo bodycam na akasema kila gari, na vile kelele ilitokea hizo vitu kama hizo sidhani wanaweza kubali. Hiyo chakula imeisha na hapo. They can't accept. Lakini I heard him say that. I heard him so much. Wakati ule airport sijui ilimwagika, mvua ilinyeshea nini, vitu kama hizo. He talked around that time. Ndiye aliongea. He was talking of bodycam na akasema kila gari pia ikue nayo. Every car. Be it personal ama matatu. He said something like that. Sasa sijui kama ashapatia mtu tenda, because it was like it was going to cost kila gari maybe around 40,000. Ndio walikuwa wakisema.
Na siwezi jinunulia my own camera nijiinstalie yenye i cost 40,000.
Ndio ninasema ukisikia amesema hivyo, tayari ashapatia mtu hiyo kazi ya kuleta hizo gadgets and they should be bought from that person.
Mm.
Naona wengine hizo zako wataitikia.
Yeah, so I think, like Hiro was saying earlier, I think this is also why the judiciary, if you ask me, the judiciary and the electoral institution in Kenya was selling the presidency to the highest bidder. Like Tuju said, Tuju was very correct that Chebukati was acting like an auctioneer, auctioning the presidency, which means that Raila Odinga alipewa bei ya presidency akitaka, and so is William Ruto. And William Ruto decided to pay. Now, who are they paying to? That's questionable. Kwa sababu sidhani that money was just going to Chebukati. That money is too much for one person known as Chebukati. Because if Chebukati is selling the, let me give an example, Kenyan, so you can wrap your head around what I'm thinking. This is a theory, no facts, just theories. Nisikize tu. Kama pesa enye auctioning a country, you're auctioning a country, not the presidency. That's what you're doing. You're auctioning a country. That money is too much for Chebukati and his commissioners that were auctioning it. Then the question comes to me, who was bidding? Is it Chebukati only? Who was doing the bidding? Nani alikuwa anaenda kureceive hii pesa? I'm sure Chebukati alikuwa mpata kati yake. Lakini who is the real mastermind behind it all? That is what Kenyans haven't figured out. Ruto is just a purchaser, a buyer, just like they had turned Raila into one. Kuna auctioneer anakuja anasema, hey, ngombe 200, 300, 400, 500. Chebukati was acting as the auctioneer. That's the person. Now, nani alituma Chebukati to auction Kenya? Si Ruto, kwa sababu Ruto anauziwa inchi. So there's someone behind Chebukati who was acting to sell this country. That's my conclusion. And if you look at how Kenyan elections were handled, there was this one company called Smartmatic. Smartmatic, those of you who have visited their website, it's free. You can go just type Smartmatic. It's an electioneering country. Go to the board of governors and directors of that company and look at who are the board of directors and governors of the company. That can start giving you the idea how Kenya was sold and to who. And to me, I don't think hiyo pesa yote Chebukati alikuwa anaweka kwa mfuko. It's too much. It's too much. Let me tell you this, Chebukati is too stupid to make such a deal happen. The person that put this deal together is someone that understands business and is a very powerful person. And Chebukati is none of those.
You know, Lomi, the other time we had Wanjigi, Wanjigi, he was a person who was like lapping up the presidency together. So, presidency Ruto, I don't know the powerful powerhouse who could have been in it. But from my imagination, there could be some few Kikuyu mafias, in quotes, who could have been involved. I am double sure there could be some few guys in the streets who could have been involved in this thing, and it's a bit unfortunate because.
Let me ask you now. I understand what you're saying. Then the question becomes, how are they benefiting now? Because biashara zote zimeanguka across the board in Kenya.
You see, the mafia doesn't care if you people you are ravaging in poverty. One thing which you have to know is that Bwana Romeo.
No, I'm not talking about people. I'm talking about even them.
Even if the regime is suffering, no one, sio kila mtu anakuanga akiumia. Sahi, there is a company in Kenya which is making billions as we speak. Sahi, there are some companies, there could be one or two. Sahi, There are companies which are in harvest time as we speak. Iwezekani wewe ati niambia ati regime ya Ruto ati ni kampuni zote zina make hasara. There is one or two companies which are on sasa, kama hizo kampuni zinaleta mafuta, huyu mama alikuwa anaingiza mafuta ya 17 billion peke yake. Are those not some of the cartels which are becoming beneficiary of this corrupt regime? Ile kitu iko, even when a regime is falling or even when a regime is mistreating people, kuna kuanga, like in Uganda they used to have alikuwa anaitwa Maria Mungu or what. There was a guy who was very powerful during Idi Amin time, Maria Mungu. So hii ya Zakayo unaona, apart from akina engineer Sudi and akina Murkomen na Churchill, how what apart from that, I can tell you there are some cartels within them, either in power or infrastructure. Kama saa hii wanasema wanataka kujenga, si umesikia hiyo report wametoa? Kuna report wametoa ya my airports. Wamesema ma airport zote lazima zikuwe upgraded. All the airports have to be upgraded. Ati ziweko magenerator mpya, sijui ati runway zikuwe repaired, warehouse zifanywe nini. Go and listen to that, like hiyo nini. That is a company which will be given that job. Is that company going to make losses? That company will belong to one of the shareholder within the Zakayo regime. So ile kitu iko, it doesn't matter. Huyo mtu mmoja kama ndiye wrap up, huyo mtu mmoja kama ndiye wrap up hii deal, it could be the person, he could remain as a faceless man, but the truth of the matter is hako, and I'm double sure is one of the Kikuyu mafia. Ni vile hajajitokeza, and we will be able to know him in the future. Ni kama vile hawa akina nani wamejitokeza wakisema we wish that Raila was made a president, even if hata kama ingekuwa term moja. Hawa akina Motunga and even the former IBC yule Isaac Hassan wanajitokeza. Hata yule ambaye anatumika saa hii na Zakayo kututesa, yule ambaye all the money is being channeled through him, we will come to know them in the future. But the truth of the matter is we have one or two guys who is collecting all this money and they are seriously cashing. Sio kila mtu anaumia. There are some guys who are seriously cashing sahi at our expense. Fight for your right. Go ahead.
Mi ile kitu ninajua na hii pesa vile tu nilikuambia, this money is supposed to be buying the parastatals, alafu inanunua tu na njia ingine ya kinyuma, then later on akishatoka atasema kila kitu. In fact Kenya itakuwa yake, Kenya itakuwa kwa mkono yake hivi. Hata sijui kama tutaongea.
One minute, kuna kitu nataka kukuambia. Okay, pause kidogo. Unaona hiyo group inaitangwa, I will say it here. Unaona hiyo group inaitangwa Mount Kenya Mafia. If that Mount Kenya Mafia was on the side of the people, Zakaya angekuwa ameanguka kitambo. You people, you will come to validate me one day in the history of this Kenya. Hao watu ndio wanatutesa. Na mutakuja kujua. Those people are with Zakayo. They are behaving faceless, wako na huko, but hao ndio wale ambao wale watu wanatunyonya damu. You will come to be shocked one day. There is a group of cabal, and I'm double sure they are the Mount Kenya Mafia. Hao watu hiyo kunyamaza wamenyamaza. Sio normal. They are eating with a big fork. They are eating with a big fork, and I want to say it here. Zakayo cannot be doing whatever he is doing in Kenya if Mount Kenya Mafia, those people, au matajiri within Mount Kenya region, kama hawako na yeye, they are with him.
So let me just interject a little bit, please. Mount Kenya Mafia are the worst, stupid, most businessmen and women I've ever had. I say that because ni wajinga zaidi. Hawa tu si watufanye biashara. You know why? Let me tell you, okay, let me explain. Even in Mexico, where is cartel country. Cartel, I mean drug trafficking. Cartel. Watakuambia that ukiweka watu wakwe maskini sana, unawachokoza, unawaua, it's bad for business. It's in the best interest of Mount Kenya Mafia for Kenyans to have money in their pocket, because that's how they make money. At some point, ukiweka kila mtu awe maskini, hata hizi product zao za wanauza, hatutanunua. Why? Because hatuna pesa. It's in the best interest of this Mount Kenya and everybody, the mafia that are running Kenya. Kama wanasikia wanisikize, because I feel like they're so stupid, so stupid. Hata cartels know this thing. To make money, make sure hata kama tunaua watu, tusiharibu nchi, kwa sababu hao wananchi pia ndio bado wanatulisha, because they still buy our product. We just need to finya wale wenye wataki biashara yetu endelee. Tunaua wakadhaa, tunakorofisha kadhaa, lakini business works. Uchumi still runs, because if uchumi ikianguka, hata sisi pesa haitaingia kwa mfuko. That is how cartels, drug dealers work. Sasa mimi nashindwa. Mount Kenya na hii acumen, nasikia Mount Kenya Business Society, sijui ujinga yao ilianzia wapi? Ya kwamba mkiweka mtu kwa hiyo kiti mwenye haelewi biashara, okay? You too will suffer. Why? Because at some point your citizens will not have enough money in their pocket to buy your product. Hata kama it's a bad product, there won't be money to buy it. So what you want to do is saidia wananchi wapate pesa kwa mfuko. The way business thrives in a country or in a society is by making sure your consumers have money in their pockets. If your consumer don't have money in your pocket, hata wewe biashara yako itaanguka, iwe legit or not, it will fall. Because at some point, money needs to exchange hands. People need to buy your product. Hata kama ni mahindi yako nimetoa Brazil. Someone needs to be able to afford it. So it's in the best interest of any cartel, of any Mount Kenya or whatever business people, to make sure that Kenyans have money in their pocket. Ndio hata kama ni sukari yao yenye cannot pass consumption test, they can still sell it anyway. Lakini sasa kama umeharibu kila kitu, there's nowhere where you can make money. Hata tax umeharibu. Umeharibu, how have you haribu? Hata kama ulikuwa unakula tax ya wananchi, au kuli tax ya wananchi na madharau hivi. Lakini ujinga gani honestly? Mtu anakula tax yako na madharau, alafu anakuambia una utalipa, na kuna chenye utafanya utalipa. At some point, hata your tax, it will go away. That's what Ruto doesn't know. At some point, ponda ikianguka kabisa, imeanguka. Hata hizi vile mama alikuwa anasema ati kulipa kanjo nini, hiyo 5,000 for license. Hata hiyo itakuweko. Utafungua duka umwambie kanjo unataka nini? Unataka kunishika, nipeleke ndani tu. Hakuna hata biashara. No one is buying anything. So your taxation collection pia falls apart. So at the end of the day, I find even drug cartels smarter than these people in Kenya. At some point, you have to measure. At up to what point, kama unaibia watu, does it now become watu hawana pesa ya kuibiwa anymore? That's what they're not doing, considering. I'll stop there. Go ahead.
Yeah, you see, Romeo, as we bring Aaron, na mama, there is one thing which I can tell you. Ruto cannot be this emboldened akiwa peke yake. I want to tell you, kuna watu wanajifanya pia wao sijui things are not working right, but the truth of the matter, they are going behind the curtain and agree with this guy in majority of the things. How comes that? Even look, you know, like, you know me, I don't look at things on the face value. I look at the details. Hata watu wa Mount Kenya mnasikia wakiongea. Let me tell you, if Mount Kenya business people na matajiri wa Mount Kenya, they are touched. Have you had any press conference of business people in Mount Kenya region?
Hiyo ni ukweli hapana.
Ni matajiri wangapi? Forget about hustlers, wanaumia everywhere because hakuna mtu akona haja na hustlers. Forget about hustlers. Nataka uniambie sasa, the owner of this industry, 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 the owner wa hii biashara, tell me which press conference wamewahi kuwa nayo?
Nothing.
So it means their businesses are doing good. If those people are no, you know, you have to analyze.
I doubt it, brother. I doubt.
No, they are doing good. Have you had any retrenchment from them? Have you had any retrenchment? Umesikia kuna biashara umesikia imefungwa?
The reason why they're not speaking up is kwa sababu Ruto is a dictator. They can't. If you speak up, biashara yako
you cannot speak. You cannot refuse to speak when you are crumbling. Romeo, let me tell you, even when a building is falling, inatoanga sauti. Muti kianguka chini inatoanga sauti. There is no way in which you are crumbling and you are not talking. You are not affected. You are not affected. That's why you are not talking. But una chakula, your businesses are collapsing, you are not doing well, you will speak. You will speak. There's nothing like that. Wanaogopa Ruto.
Where, let me ask you. You saw what they did to that Muindi guy. What was that Muindi that was just hijacked in the middle of the street just during the day? That is to me, that is deterrence tactic. Ruto did that so that he shows to all businessmen and women, usinijaribu, utapotea hivyo vile huyo jamaa alipotea. It is deterring them from speaking up. These people are not making money, my brother, because for them to make money, Kenyans need to purchase their product. But Kenyans are poor now. Hata kama there's a few Kenyans that are purchasing.
But you can also make money through doing business with the government. How sure are you that they are being given tender by the government?
At the end of the day, even if you're doing business with the government, the business still has to come around, and the consumer is the Kenyan people. No matter how their money is circulating, consumers still need to purchase something, right? So, hata kama ni biashara na government, consumers still drive the economy. Citizens are the consumers here. Okay. They drive the economy. So at some point,
Romeo, 1 minute. Can you tell me how many businesses in Kenya big zile tunajua, how many big apart from ile story tu tulisikia standard kidogo ati ni kama wanafunga, niambie ni biashara ngapi Kenya zimeanguka leo? Niambie zile umesikia zimeanguka. How many businesses have fallen? Big businesses.
I've had a few that have moved. Hazijaanguka lakini they have moved to a different country.
I need somebody to tell me how many businesses have collapsed.
Hiyo hata statistic hawezi pata.
Kwa sababu wacha Njiru, wacha nikuambie kitu.
Zile kubwa
biashara hapana, mimi siwezi kukuambia ni gani, but saa hizi ukitembea ukienda huko industrial area zimefunga. Hiyo nisikudanganya. Unajua hata biscuit, unajua ile biscuit ile iko pale Inda, unajua hiyo imefunga. Imefunga. I have told you wamefunga wengi. Na hata hii December saa hizi ndio walikuwa wanangojea pia, najua watafunga enamas. Kwa hivyo hiyo usingoje. Alafu about the dollar, hiyo dollar usiseme. Wenye dollar ni Mount Kenya, na Mount Kenya ijawahi toa dola yake. Usiseme wanafanya kazi nyuma. They hated this guy from the word go. I don't believe that. Hiyo hakuna kitu kama hiyo. Kwa maana unaona juzi huyu jamaa anatoa watu waende wafanye kazi ati ndio waingize dola Kenya, ndio dola ingie. Hii ni kitu hata Gachagua anarudia, anashinda akirudia. Dola zitatoka nje. Ile wakati they were threatened ati dola itakuja, ati sijui ati toeni dola zenyu tutaona mahali mtaenda sijui nini. Hata juzi kwa maswali hapa kwa na media, si aliulizwa na hiyo story siliisha, yani alianguka. He lied. Ati toeni dola zenyu la sivyo mtakwama. Hakuna dola ilikuja. So these guys packed their money immediately. Walisikia uhuru so much. Walipack pesa zao wakasema huyu tukimwachia pesa zetu zitapotea tu hapa. Hivyo. And that is why you see them wanatafuta dola. Dola hakuna. Ndio unaona anatembea hata nje, anaenda ananyimwa, anarudi tu. It's not a joke. Si alisema ati pesa siku hizi watanunua mafuta na Kenya shillings. Wapi? Where does that happen? Wapi? Sasa si unaona amerudi akafail. Mpaka Uganda Museveni akakataa kuchukua hata mafuta kwa maana wameongeza tax maradufu. Si refuse. mpaka akamwachia hiyo mafuta yake hapa Mombasa, si aliachiwa juzi tu? Hizo vitu tusijidanganyishe. Dola ya Mount Kenya yenyewe haijatoka, anajiharia bwana. Ni kubaya, ni kubaya. Ndio nakwambia, sisi tuko hapa tunalia tu. Hata unaona nawaambia maneno ya hata sikukuu ati Christmas ninasema, lakini believe me, watu wanalia, watu wanalia. Hata ukiniona hivi hapa tunalia tu. Ni kubaya, ni kubaya nani, ni kubaya.
Hey, Mom, when you speak like that, you just, man, I think I feel I'm sorry, I'm saddened when I hear a mother speak the way you're speaking. My heart sinks. And I know we bring different topics here to talk about how business is working or not working, but at the end of the day, I think Kenyans are suffering, and I just want to take that note and say that I hear you, and something needs to be done in Kenya for sure. Something needs to be done, and done quickly. And I totally agree with you that the businessmen, I don't say Mount Kenya, the businesses, men and women, big businessmen and women in Kenya packed their money as soon as Uhuru was left office and Raila did not win. I agree. They packed the money. And it's the reason Ruto is running around like a chicken that his head has been cut off, trying to fundraise, begging for money from IMF to World Bank with stupid interest rates and conditions that he has to increase taxes on Kenyans and killing Kenyans at the same time. So it's true, but I also want to say this. It looks like the businessmen and women world, they have done their part. They're starving this man so that he can starve to death by not doing business in Kenya. Now, the population, the citizens of Kenya, it's now within our hands. What the business community have done is wameshika hii mwizi. Sasa inabidi sisi ndio tuchape hii mwizi tuiue. Sisi ndio mwizi ameshashikwa, ni sisi ndio amesha identify, ni sisi ndio tuamke tuchape mwizi mpaka akufe. Tuchape mwizi kwa sababu watu wa biashara wanajua sisi tukitoa pesa yetu italiwa. So wamefunga. Sisi wa Kenya, sisi ndio sasa tunaambiwa without being told. Unajua Raila hawezi kuja hapa aseme ati uweni huyu jamaa. Hapana. I will never say that. Lakini you read the signs of the times. Read the room, Kenyans. Read the room. Once you read the room, you act. Huyu jamaa niliwaambia akiendelea kupumua tunapoteza pesa. Tuna pesa mingi. Wacha niwachie hata ni nani Haron aingie kidogo tafadhali.
Asante sana Mr.
Atoe ile Kiswahili kubwa sasa. Aaron, ile Kiswahili kubwa ndio tunataka.
Asante sana Mr. Njiro kwa neno lako la utani. Naona leo ni hopeful Christmas Fight for your right mama, na kucheki hapo Mr. Romeo, ndugu zangu na dada zangu ambao mko comment section, na wasabahi kwa jina la Kristo Yesu. Yeah, in fact wacha hata mimi ni dive in immediately kwa hilo swala ambalo mmesema hapo hivi kuhusu hawa mabwenyenye muso kutoka Mount Kenya, hao wenye wana own Kenya. It is not bad kwa sababu unajua hata vidole zetu za mikono ziko tu katika size tofauti tofauti. Wakati unapoinua vidole zako juu namna hii utaona ziko tofauti tofauti. So ni vizuri nchi kuwa na watu ambao wako na uwezo katika nyanja tofauti tofauti for the betterment ya lives ya wale ambao ya Wakenya wenzao. So hata mimi nataka kusema kuwa hakika ninapoangalia Mount Kenya hawa matajiri kutoka Mount Kenya wengi hawajatoa pesa zao. Unajua these tycoons wanajua William Samoei Ruto vizuri. Wakitoa pesa zao zitakulika, na zitakulika namna gani? Unajua sasa William Samoei Ruto ile the inner kitchen ya government, yeye ndiye anafanya nini, ndiye ana control. So wao wakiexpose hizi pesa zao kwa William Samoei Ruto, wale watatoa makucha. Wakitoa makucha, unajua hata uwe na pesa mingi namna gani, Mr. Romeo, huwezi fight hao watu. We angalia nani, angalia yani au viongozi yani au madikteta Rwanda wanajua kusuffocate their opponents, kwa sababu wao ndio, unajua Abraham Lincoln alisema kuwa power inafanya nini, ina corrupt, na power the moment ina corrupt, wakati yule mwenye ako power akiwa na resources ambazo zinamzingira, anaweza fanya chochote. So William Samoei Ruto, ukiona kuna hao watu wenye wanamzingira, ukiexpose pesa zako alafu waende kuomba loan ukatae, then kutoka hapo nakwambia maneno inaweza kuwa yale matatu yenye unaona yenye William Samoei Ruto alitamka. So ndio unaona wao wanacheza smart, and it is good. Wacha wacheza smart. Mimi siwezi kataa, cause wao wenyewe walistrive, hatujui walitumia mbinu gani kuwa na hiyo utajiri, alafu mtu mwingine aje aanze kuchukua mali yao. It is wrong. Angalia kitu chenye kimetendekea Balala only pesa kidogo tu hivi ndio unaona vile alikimbishwa, lakini on the other hand Rotich, angalia 63 billion zimekunywa maji, huyo mwingine only 8 billion unaona, na si ajabu uone maybe wakimfunga ndio waonyeshane kuwa wana fight corruption. Lakini ukiangalia hebu minus 63 minus 8 billion, hizo zote jamaa ameweka kwa mfuko, zimekunywa maji. So hata hao matycoons kutoka Mount Kenya wanahofia, ndio wanataka huyu yeye akiomba madeni, hiyo pesa aiweke kwa economy. Lakini hayo William Samoei Ruto ni nani? Ni mjanja anachukua pesa aweke kwa economy, ni kuongeza tax. Si nimeona mambo ya e-citizen niliona jana, mambo ya malipo. Lazima watu waanze kufanya nini, kama unatuma sijui 100 ulipe sijui shilingi 5, hivyo the cycle itaendelea namna hiyo until huyu bana sisi kama Wakenya tuamue kumtimua kutoka uongozini. Alafu nimeona the guy is lamenting ana lament eti mbona tunapiga nduru na yeye anaona tu Kenya iko sawa. Unajua ni kitu ambacho kina tutia wasiwasi wakati mtu unapopata uongozi. Unajua uongozi huja ama yani ile mbolea yenye inakuza uongozi Mr. Romea ni pesa. Sasa William Samoei Ruto wakati akona resources kupitia kwa sio zake hizi zenye sisi kama Wakenya tunatoa in terms of taxes na kufanya biashara kwa njia moja ama nyingine, then gava nayo inafanya nini? Ina gain pesa ya kujiendeleza. Yeye is not doing good for Kenyans, kwa sababu hizi pesa zetu haziweki kwa miradi, so that hizi shida zenye tunapitia sasa hivi zinaweza legezwa kidogo, tukitaraji siku za uzoni mambo ikae mzuri, tuwe tuko hai, tuwe tumeondoka, watoto wetu, watoto wa watoto wetu watafurahia. But sasa yeye what William Samoei Ruto anaendelea kufanya, anatumia mbinu ile mbinu yenye anatumia ni ile kuwa mimi ndio niko uongozini. So wewe ukitaka kuquestion your resources vile mbona haziweki kwa miradi, anakuchukua anakutupa chini ya pass, then unasiagwa. Ndio unaona, yani yeye anataka kutumia hii pesa yenye sisi tunatoa kama ushuru kwa kukinga hii uongozi yenye alipata kwa njia ambayo si ya ustaarabu, kwa njia ramu. So ndio unaona sasa hivi wakati tunajaribu kuquestion jamaa anasema kuwa no, amstahili question kwa sababu kila kitu iko sawa. But mimi najua huyu Mungu ambaye Mr. Romeo Kenyan maandamano mama, alafu fight for your right, huyu Mungu ambaye tunamuomba atatenda jambo, na soon, hivi karibuni tu, huyu bana mwenye anafanya Wakenya tunalia namna hii atatuondolea yeye kutoka uongozini. Hata sioni kama Wakenya tutanini, kama Wakenya tutapigana, no. Signs ziko zinajionyesha tu vizuri na sisi tutafurahi. So hiyo ndio utangulizi yangu kidogo, kwa nimeona mama maandamano ashaingia area, alafu nitachangia. So Mr. Romeo, kwa wewe ndio ulinialika niongee, nitarejesha usukani kwako ukimleta mama.
Asante Mr. Haron, and karibu sana Mama Maandamano Kamili. The mic is yours.
Thank you, Romeo. Nasalimia Fight for Your Right, mama, rafiki yangu. Nasalimia Harun na Wakenya wote comment section, nawasalimia sana. Nimewasikiza sana mkiongea Romeo, bali ya police, bali ya mambo mingi ambayo inaendelea huko. Fight for Your Right, you talked about the police, how they charge even before they know what you have done, what you have committed. Harun, nataka kucorrect kidogo hapo vile umesema ati Ruto ni mjanja. Ruto sio mjanja, Ruto ni mlaghai. That's the best word on him instead of mjanja. Mjanja tunaweza sema ni mtu ambaye ana maarifa, ni mtu anaelewa na mambo, but and it's somehow it's a good respective word to use on somebody who is trying to work hard and do something good. Lakini Ruto ni mlaghai, mtu mwizi, muuaji, corrupt, kila kitu, mambo baya sana. Ruto ametuumiza, ametupeleka njia isiyofaa, mambo ambayo hatukutarajia. Though as from the word go, wakati ilikuwa announced, you can remember how many people got sick. The place looked like watu wamenyeshewa, wamepoa, wamenyamaza, wakagonjeka, wakawa na hofu na huzuni mingi sana in Kenya. You can imagine, ebu jiulize Harun, Romeo, Fight for Your Right, ati umeenda pahali umepewa cheo, watu wakawa baridi. How would you feel? Come ask yourself that. How would you feel? Look at that picture. Ati watu hawakufurahia, waliinama, wakagonjeka, wengine in fact, even some committed suicide to be on a serious matter. Uangalie uone mambo hiyo yote ilifanyika within a very short time. Watu hawakuamini mtu kama huyo anaweza pewa usukani ya kuongoza nchi. And I believe all those people who got sick and those who committed suicide, we are sorry for that, for losing our people because of such a thing that happened in Kenya. This was a tragedy in Kenya. It was a big tragedy. And until today, you can see it's a tragedy. Ni nini inaendelea Kenya? Ruto, mwangalie muone, amejaribu kuenda kuhadaa baba. Ameshindwa, ameona hakuwezekani. Wamejaribu kuhadaa Uhuru, ameshindwa. Let me tell you guys, huyu ni mtu ambaye amekasirika sababu anaona kila kitu nikijaribu haifanyiki. Na badala ya mtu kama huyu kwa heshima a step down, yeye anataka kukaa tu hapo na makasiriko yake. That is why you see he is doing stupid things that he don't know where he is heading, he don't know what he is doing. Hata anaweza pata hao watoto wake kama wanakaaga karibu, angewalikuwa wanawachapa bure kabisa bila makosa yoyote, kwa sababu makasiriko ile Ruto ako nayo, it is hell in his mind. In his mind he has a small hell in him. Hebu muangalie siku ile alikuwa anafanywa interview, muone ni kujikaza, alijikaza. Huyo mtu alikuwa amefika kilele cha kukasirika kabisa. Alikuwa amekasirika, ile mambo haujaona, kwa sababu ile maswali anaulizwa anaona kweli ni kulengwa, ninalengwa, ninaonekana mimi mjinga, na mimi ni mbaya. Na ile maswali wananiuliza, badala waniulize my favorite, wananiuliza maswali ya kuniingiza shidani, na watu wananiangalia na watu wanasikiza. So when you think about that, anakuwa possessed na uchungu mwingi na makasiriko. Ruto is not a happy man. Don't be cheated. He is a very angry man wherever he is, because nothing is working. Hata hiyo nilisema hapa mbeleni, hiyo meno anatuonyeshaga ni ya uongo. Hiyo ni mambo ya mtu ambaye ni mtu mbaya, mtu ambaye anaweza fanya anything for him to survive. na si mambo mzuri atafanya ndio asurvive, ni kumaliza. Hivyo mnasikia akiongea, it's not a joke, but I'm not trying to scare anybody, sababu hatuwezi sisi, hata tuweza sisi, tuko imara na Mungu amesimama na sisi. He cannot do any harm to our Kenyans as far as he is planning to do. Yeye ndio atapatikana. I'm saying this because mtu asiyekubali kushindwa ni mtu mbaya sana. Mtu ambaye anajaribu kufanya mambo na kichwa yake, hataki kuelezwa na watu wengine, ni mtu mbaya sana. Very dangerous. Sababu siku moja tu niamuke aseme mimi ndio ninateseka hivi. Mimi ndio ninaona watu wote wamenikataa. Watu wote wamekataa kusikiza. Watu wote wameniona mimi mbaya. He either kill himself or does a very bad thing. I'm just speculating. But this guy is a dangerous man. Ni mtu ambaye anatakiwa kuonyeshwa, wewe, sisi hatujali yoyote unafanya. Wewe endelea na mambo yako ile unafanya mabaya, but it will come to an end. Na wewe ndio unajimaliza mwenyewe. Hakuna mtu anammaliza. Vitendo zake zote zile anatenda Kenya ndizo zinammaliza. Ruto is finishing Ruto. Nobody will come from outside. He is finishing himself. Na vitendo zake, maneno yake, na hata sura yake inaonyeshana kabisa this person should go. So for me, I'm telling Kenyans, this guy is an angry man. He cannot listen to anybody. It has reached to the peak. Yeye anataka kufanya vile tu yeye anataka. Na kwa hivyo, tujitahidi. Tujitahidi sana, tushikane, tufanye ngoma yetu. Sisi hatuna shida na mtu yeyote. Wa Kenya, in fact, as somebody said, Haron, you said Kenyans will not fight. It is true. Kenyans have come to realize this is an isolated man, a man who has no plan, a man who has no guts, a man who has no mercy to anybody. It doesn't matter who. Kwa hivyo wa Kenya wako pamoja. He is not going to kill us. And everything is on our table for us to dissect and suggest which way to go. Tumeshaona evidence zote zimekuja. Yeye ndiye amejileta mbele yetu, amejitoa nguo, ametuonyesha yeye ni mtu aina gani. Though we had known him even before previously, but now yeye ndiye amejianika vizuri. Na sasa tumekamilisha kuona vile tulikuwa tumeona ni kweli kabisa. Kwa hivyo huyu mtu aondoke usukani tafadhali. Aachane na Kenya yetu. He should not tell us if we see Kenya is not good, we go. You are destroying Kenya for us to see it bad, then we go. If you keep Kenya the way it was, people will not think what you are trying to tell them. Lakini sasa wewe ni kuharibu na haribu, ndio na unarudi kusema ati Kenya ni mzuri, yule anaona si mzuri aende. Uharibu ndio utuone ni mzuri. It is not good with you. You are the one spoiling the Kenya that we love. So for you, get out on your way, resign as soon as possible, because things are not working for you and it will not work. Hakuna Mkenya amekaa hapo chini na ongoja uje kumconvince ati wewe ni mzuri utafanya mazuri. We are away from that. We are over it. Na wewe ni mtu ambaye ni mtu hatari. Ujue hivyo wewe Mr. Ruto. Kwa hivyo Wakenya tuko pamoja. I know we are fighting each and every corner to see our country stand. Na Kenya yetu itasimama.
Maandamano kamili.
Yes.
It sounds like you said, and I like what you just said about, it seems like Ruto is under siege. And Definitely. He's isolated.
Yes.
And he doesn't know where to go and where to run, because even the places where he thought he could get loans, like IMF and World Bank are giving him conditions that he cannot really fulfill. He knows that he cannot, unless he tax Kenyans everything, basically rob Kenyans every day. So at what point, the question then becomes, at what point do you think he throws in the towel and just walks away so that the rightful owner of the seat he took takes over and leads the country? Where do we see a tipping point? Because let's keep in mind, a narcissist doesn't care. A psychopath doesn't care. He can literally watch everybody drop down dead and he won't move an inch. So we as citizens, how do we do our part? What do we do? Do we just sit down and wait until the last shoe drops off, or until one of his teeth drops off? Like, what do we do? And this is open to everybody, please.
Okay, unajua Romeo, kuna msemo unasema usigonge nyoka kabla haijatoka kwa shimo, because it will go back. So for me, there are things that you cannot rush. There are things you have to go round and round to see where it is the best place to step on and do the necessary. Hatuwezi kimbilia kitu mara moja ati kwa sababu kumetokea vita tukimbie. We have to strategize. We have to find a smooth way of how we can run this war easily and no casualties. And I believe that something like that is going on. Either he is advised or not, either he is not ready to resign or not, there is always a way that people can find a smooth way of doing it. I know it is hard. Right now, people don't see ahead. They don't see what they can do, because we have tried mandamano, we have tried other things, but I believe there's something that is going to happen, and this guy will find himself completely isolated. Not even now. Now he feels like he has got few followers that are following him. But I believe there are people who are pulling out slowly by slowly. And the moment he will find himself alone, I don't know what he will do to himself. But I believe, and I have that belief, total belief, Ruto will find himself isolated completely, and he'll do his own stuff. I don't know what he'll do, but I know he's getting out of that chair. That's my belief. Somebody else can talk.
Fight for your right if you want to come in. I mean, I've also noticed that his frequent trips to Mount Kenya have reduced. They're becoming, I don't know if they're becoming, or it's just becoming a place where no one wants to see him, and so he has reduced the trips. Yeah, it looks like even his trips to Mount Kenya zimekuwa chache sana. Fight for your right. Please jump in if you like.
It's true, because even the Mount Kenya people, by the way, you can see they are gathering and they are actually coming up and saying that whatever the hustler, the guy they chose, it was wrong. They were misled. They're actually waking up, you know. Even the UDA people, the people who are chosen, who rigged themselves in to be chosen from Ninio as UDA representatives in parliament, they are coming to terms. I mean, when it comes to maybe their land problem, they have actually warned him not even to go there. Even Ichungwa was warned the other day. I mean, they're actually coming, they're waking up. They're saying this is not a government we chose, and we have to come out, all of us. When one side is being victimized, we have to come out to just to help them. Like they're saying, ukiona mwenzako akinyolewa, be ready, because it's just Mount Kenya ni kitu kimoja. This guy, we never chose him. And me, I keep on saying, Mr. Ruto is annoyed because he gave out a lot of money in Mount Kenya to begin with. And he never thought at one time that he would go, I mean, he would still go these guys made him steal elections. They made him go and do the stealing instead of them voting for him freely because of the money that he gave out. But they made him steal just to install himself as the president. That is why he is annoyed with them. He's actually showing them that I can do this even without you. And I will be here forever and ever if I want to. And today, I'm still repeating. If you saw the clip which was at State House, when Rachel and the Ruto himself were talking to kids, you'd realize it's like Rachel was slapped. I think Ruto, maybe the guy slapped her, because her eye, on her left eye, is swollen, and the eye also. And when she's talking, she's just serious. She was not even happy like it's Christmas. A lady would actually see it. I want you people to go back to that clip and watch again. Because this is what I was telling even Jiru here. Jiru was laughing at me, kabisa. But that guy, he's annoyed. He's actually even taking his annoyance to his wife. That lady is suffering. And believe me, she can go nowhere. That lady will just be beaten. Maybe she's actually even asking the husband, why are you doing this to Kenyans? Kenyans are crying. My husband, calm down. Then she was just told one slap. What are you telling me? Pap! Mara moja. The lady is suffering. And you know, as women, when we suffer, you can't tell anybody. Bwana wako ni ule ule. This lady can actually go nowhere. Just check that clip. Ama mnaweza icheza hapa. Look at the lady. She's crying for Kenyans also. It's unfortunate, but she's crying. She was so serious. It's Christmas and she's talking like she's addressing serious kids, and kids are happy. But her, she's serious. Even the mouth. Aki, I realized, Mama Mary, Ebu watch that clip. It is a sad, sad day for us. But however, this guy, he just has to go. I think his days are numbered. Because you can even see David Ochin in Ugenya. You see what happened? He was thrown out. I mean, people are actually agitated because he was talking wrong things. I mean, at a funeral. He was just told to go away because he was actually trying to tell people to go to Uda. He was thrown out of the funeral, and the arrangement went on smoothly after he had gone. People are annoyed. These people are not going to be allowed to talk anywhere. Then they'll have nothing even to tell people. They are going to go seriously. Things are now becoming harder and harder for them. Let's pray things happen the way we want, because he was not chosen. Sincerely, he was not chosen. Thank you.
Aaron, kabla uingia, I just wanted to say that the situation seems like it's going to be worse. It's going to get worse. I was just reading the Telegraph the other day about economy in Germany. German economy is falling apart, and you know Germany is the largest economy in Europe. And with that, we're also seeing some signs in America where the economy is going to suffer, which means now the dollar is going to be even more scarce in places like Kenya and many other countries. So kama mmetighten belt, I am telling you, we need to tighten them even further, because this thing is going to keep going as far as even the rate, the exchange rate of the shilling and the dollar will continue to go up significantly. In the next 2024, between January and April, we are about to see some serious economic depression. For this is not to alarm anybody. This is those of you who need to prepare now. Wenye mko na mashamba zenyu, mnalima mboga yako polepole, you're lucky. Anyway, I'll allow Haron, please. Come on in. Na hopeful Christmas. Back to you. You're the moderator. Mimi napika mboga yangu ya ujioni ni kule ugali bwana. I'll just be listening.
Okay, ni sawa ni sawa. Unajua, so okay, before Aaron akuje, wacha niseme kitu moja tu. You know, umenishangaza ukisema sasa Germans and the Americans could have their economy shrinking. And I know they are more strategic than us. They have more things happening in the economy. The economy is diverse. Sio kama economy yetu tu. Unajua, our economies are mostly subsistence. So maybe that's something which I think we need to discuss broadly, ili tujue how, like, because we always say that if America and Europe sniffs, sisi tunaanguka chini. So you can imagine the effect.
Yes, it's very, and I ask all of you have access to the internet like I do. Please go and start researching and see what's happening in Germany. The housing market has collapsed. Things are crashing, and Germany is the largest. European Union functions on the back of Germany.
Yeah.
So if Germany goes down, so is the European Union. And then if the European Union down, I'm telling you, the numbers in America don't look good either. So we are looking at a very bad 2024 without sugarcoating it. It does not look good. Na hiyo ni watu wenye wako Marekani ndio wataumia. Sasa wenye wako Kenya, I feel for you. Sasa hii ndio wakati wa pesa yako kidogo yuko nayo, hata hii Christmas usikule sana. Kula tu kidogo, weke pesa yako ingine kidogo kando, kwa sababu it does not look good.
Watu hata wana ya kuweka. So bwana Romeo, people have nothing ya kuweka, so that statement is not feasible. So but it is unfortunate if other economies are, so are you saying that the dollar inaweza fika to 50 if that is the case?
Easy. In fact, I give it until September. Kama ijafika, then at least 200 itakuwa imegonga by September.
But Ruto said it will be down to how much? 115?
115, yes, I remember that. And,
so I don't know.
Why would any Kenyan believe what Ruto? Ruto does not control the rise and the rise and downfall of the dollar or anything like that. That's controlled in many miles away from Kenya. So mtu asikawahi sikia Ruto akisema ati sijui ati dola sijui. No. Ruto yeye hata vile alikuwa akisema ati sijui Kenya itaanza kununua oil na shilling. It's a law, international law in place that everybody must buy in the international market oil with something called the dollar. Hebu endo jaribu kununua oil na shillings, nione utanunua wapi? Ruto naye amejaa uongo mingi, saa zingine wake is just funny. I'm sorry, it's just stupid now. We all know you cannot do it, lakini anaambia Wakenya hizo vitu, na Wakenya wengine unaona wana clap, yay, amesema, you know. Go ahead again, Kenya Maandamano.
Uongo ule tumeambiwa na Ruto hata ndio utafanya watu wengine waanguke kwa majaribu, kwa sababu kuna mtu sasa vile umesema hapo Romeo, ati anasema hivyo watu wanapiga makofi. Unashindwa, wanapiga makofi, yes. What next? Tomorrow itakuja kumhound huyo ambaye alipiga makofi. Atasema nini? But you see what there is that I think those are the people who sit in the front row. Pali Ruto anawaona ndio wanapiga makofi. Sababu akikosa kupiga makofi, maybe there will be a question in the evening. Why didn't you clap? Because that is how he treats his group, like children, like school children. Wameonyeshwa tabia yao ni ya hata wakiambiwa kesho nitawaua, wanapiga makofi. They don't think fast. And actually you see they clap after he says something which is ridiculous, they clap. What makes you not think that these people hata wakiambiwa wakakule sumu wataenda kukula because of how they believe this guy? Hii mambo yote ambayo inatendeka inaonekana kama ni wale, you remember Johnstown ambayo ilifanyika many years ago, ambapo watu walikuwa wamekuwa convicted to this religion ambayo walikuwa wanasafirishwa kutoka Amerika wakaenda huko unaitwa Johnstown. It was in the jungle. Na walienda. Na kuna wengine walikuwa wanaambiwa mnaenda wapi? Wacheni kwenda sijui ni. Wakasema hapana, si tunaenda kwa sababu tunaenda maombi sijui nini. And what happened in the long run? Huyu kiongozi wao alibaki lakini aliua wafuasi wake wote. That's exactly how Ruto looks like. Aliwaua watu wake wote, yeye akabaki. I cannot tell you more than that. I don't know what happened to him, whether he was arrested or what happened, but he survived while the others fell down like trees, like ants. Kukufa, wamepewa sumu na huyo mtu. So Ruto is carrying this boat full of fools ambao wanamfuata, ambao wanapiga, kwa sababu hawa watu ambao wanapiga makofi si hustlers, ni watu wamesoma, ni watu wana pesa, ni watu wana maisha yao mazuri, ndio wanapiga makofi kwa sababu hiyo unga ya mchana huo isipotee wapate. Nao mnaharibu nchi yenu ambapo watu wengi, wacha nyinyi wachache, watu wengi wanaishi kwa sababu ya mtu ambaye anaongea upuzi na unapiga makofi. I wish we can be shown those people who claps. Mimi ningetaka kuona sana uso wa huyo mtu ambaye ana clap. Such kind of ridiculous things are being lamented by this guy. Kwa sababu kuna mambo mingi sana ya ujinga huyu mtu amesema, Ruto amesema, ujinga kabisa, na unaona watu wanapiga makofi. Unaona siku ile alisema ati hiyo panga aliyopewa ati si ya kukata mboga. So he will use it in different way. Which way? Na watu wanapiga makofi na wanacheka. I wish those cameramen, those camera people can just, wamulike watu kama hao, tunajua ni sura gani na ni nani huyo anapiga makofi na ni nani anacheka. Because that is how we can deal with these people. Now we are having one here, the other one in another way, in another place. Kufukuzwa. But we want to see all those claps. Ni nani wanapiga makofi? Kwa sababu si mtu mmoja ama wawili, ni wengi. Tuwajue ni akina nani. Because those are the enemy of Kenya. Those are the people who are making this guy feel healthy and continue talking this rubbish. Akinyamaziwa na watu hata hao. Na unajua, hata wao wanajua hivyo amesema si mzuri. Wanajua hiyo mambo ameongea ni ujinga, ni muragai, and still you continue clapping for him. Ni nini mumewekwa kwa vichwa yenu nyinyi wazee? And I know they are not young guys. They are not young boys. Yao ni watu wako na watoto wao nyumbani. Mnapiga makofi upuzi. That's a ridiculous thing to happen in a country. Na mimi nimeona mara nyingi in countries whereby we have got decent people. People just don't clap for nonsense. They look at you face to face. And sometimes they might not comment. They just swing their head or they walk away from you because they can't take those nonsense. Kenya mumerogwa na nani? Unapiga makofi saa ile wengine wanaambiwa watauawa. How about if he come for you tomorrow? Because this guy has no friend in Kenya. Anybody is an enemy, provided you listen to him. That's all. That's how you become a friend. Na hata kuambia uiname akuchape pimbo, uiname. Ukikataa kuinama, anakumaliza. So is that a friend? Kenyans, wake up.
You know what I'm afraid of, Mandamano Kamile? Kenyans are being stretched. Their resiliency has been stretched so far, but they're still holding on. And I'm worried when you stretch someone's resiliency that much to a point where they have no food, wengine wanachemsha mawe ndio wakunywe supu ya mawe. Okay? To me, I'm afraid that they're going to be desensitized to a point where they're so hopeless, there's nothing left even to fight. There's no spirit left in them to fight. That is my fear. So when I see this going on for so long, I'm afraid that saa zingine ukikosa chakula kwa muda mrefu sana mama, utakuwa mnyonge mpaka hauwezi kupata nguvu ya kupigana. Na sisi wote tunajua chenye Ruto ameleta hii ni vita sasa. Huyu jamaa lazima itakuwa, I know tunajaribu kusema kutakuwa na vita. Huyu jamaa hatoki. Huyu jamaa atatuona tukidrop tu mpaka wa mwisho aanguke chini kabisa, to a point where atatu stretch mpaka hatuna nguvu ya kupigana na ujinga yake. Tuko tu hapo hopelessly. Hapo ndio mimi am afraid of. Ndio nasema kama bado tuko na hii nguvu kidogo na hii chakula kidogo bado tuko nayo, tutumie hiyo nguvu tutoe huyu jamaa saa hii. Hey, back to you Hopeful ama maandamano kamili.
It is true, Romeo. And that is his prayer, that he continue putting us into this hunger and problems so that we don't have anything to click on. Now tutakuwa tuko wanyonge. That is his prayer. Prayer and plan. But he's not going to succeed. He's not going to succeed on that. You know why? Because I think even Kenyans right now have understood his idea of what he is doing. Now, let's take this example. Amechukua chakula ameenda kupea watu huko. Amewaonyesha yeye ndiye anaweza wapea chakula wakule kwa sababu hakuna chakula nchini. If Kenyans can go back and think about this guy, the way he behaved, telling people about avocado, telling people that mlime hii, mfanye hivi, alafu anawaletea fertilizer ambayo iliharibu mashamba mengi, mahindi hawakuvuna hata moja. They were showing us those many acres that there was no. What is his aim? He started sometimes back to kill what we can sustain ourselves with. And that is where he stands. But I believe and I hope Kenyans right now wame understand their way. Kila mtu sasa bebe mzigo wa kujua ati chakula nitalima wapi, shamba langu liko aje. Avoid all these things involving ruto. Achanani na fertilizer ya ruto. Though I know it is the fake government that is bringing this fertilizer, ataleta tena hiyo ya kuua mahindi za watu, kuharibu mashamba ya watu, but we cannot die because we don't have food. Let's help each other while we are strategizing what to do next. Hatutakubali kukufa kwa njaa, hatutakubali kunyanyaswa ati mpaka tuanguke chini ndio tuwe wadhaifu, yeye aendelee kutulead. We are not going to accept that. And I believe Romeo, Haron, Jiro, I believe we are not going to reach that point. Wakenya si wale ambaye alikuwa anafikiria, watu wameamka na wameamua. If they could be able to stop that land they were trying to snatch in Kiambu and some other areas, Kenyans have woken up. And that is how we are going to defend ourselves. Na Mkenya pahali popote uko, kama umelima chakula na umeona Mkenya mwingine anaumia, tafadhali tusaidiane. Let's keep ourselves strong. Let's keep ourselves healthy from each other, from side to side. I am for that mobilization, that if you have food, if you have enough food, share with a Kenyan who is suffering. tuchukuane hivyo, tupelekane tu, kwa sababu siku inakuja ile itatutegemea kabisa na inatuhitaji kabisa, ndio tufanye kazi mzuri ya ku rescue our country. That's my belief. And I know Kenyans right now wako na nguvu ya kufanya hiyo kazi na kujuana ni nani ako na shida, tusaidiane mpaka tufike mwisho. And that can be a very good thing and a very good weapon. Ruto asione ati sasa yeye amefika pahali ambapo ni kutuumiza, kwa sababu chakula tutategemea kutoka kwake. We are not going to depend on him. Kila mtu ako na shamba, kila mtu ako, wherever you are, try to make use of your land sparingly. Pate kitu ambacho unaweza share na your neighbor. The way you share with your neighbor, the other neighbor shares with the other one. We keep that way, the time is coming. Na tutakuwa salama. Mimi hiyo ndio naweza omba wa Kenya. Mtu asikule peke yake, tusaidiane, kwa sababu hii nchi ni yetu wote. Na tukiwa na nguvu zote, tutapigana hii vita na tutashinda. That's all I can say. Thank you.
Oh, wacha niongeze ka kitu. Kuna mtu amepost kitu ya maana hapa after mmesema history ya cult. Kuna hii cult ilikuwa inaongozwa na Reverend Jim Jones. Amesema there was another cult called Heaven's Gate. The reason why nimesema hivi, even in Kenya there is a prayer mountain which is called Heaven's Gate. I hope it is not the same name, ndio. That is what has captured my attention. Hii cult mnaita Heaven's Gate. Kenya we have a Heaven's Gate. I hope it's a serious Heaven's Gate. I hope the names are not the same. So that is what has captured my attention. Hii hapa imeandikwa na Asili TV, Heaven's Gate. Na nimeenda kwa Google nikaangalia, it was 1977. In Kenya we have a Heaven's Gate. I hope they have no relationship. Ni kitu tu imecapture tu attention yangu. So maybe Asili TV you can come and put right about. Nimesikia story ya Heaven's Gate iko Kenya. Are they the same thing?
We also have to Shakahola, Njiro. Shakahola is there, and people are being recruited, taken there to go and see good life, and they wanna.
Yeah, I understand, but in Nakuru there is a Heaven's Gate. Hata ukigoogle,
yes,
nimegoogle hii Heaven's Gate, nimepelekwa hiyo ya Nakuru.
There is.
I don't know why they chose this name if there is already a Heaven's Gate which is a cult in America. Hiyo kitu imenipea wasiwasi na venye kunafurika watu. Anyway, wacha Nyatori aongee. So Asili, can you help me understand that? Hiyo Heaven's Gate ya Kenya, how about it? Nyatori, go ahead.
Sina la kuongea.
Okay, ni sawa. Bwana Romeo, mimi unajua nataka niende Christmas sasa pahali. Inakaa nyinyi watu ni kama mumechoka. Tufunge kipindi.
Yeah, mimi pia natengeneza, mimi Christmas yangu najua nakula mboga na ugali wa kienyeji. Ndio najaribu kutengeneza hapa.
Yeah, ni sawa. Kama kuna mtu mwingine atataka kukuja kuanzisha kipindi ataanzisha from there.
Okay. Sounds good. I think mimi nimesema ya kutosha leo. And I want to thank Maandamano Kamili na Haron for engaging. And hey, I like the way Mama has finished. I think she has put it right. Tusaidiane wa Kenya. Kama kuna kidogo hapa tusaidiane, tubaki bado tuko na nguvu ya kusurvive kesho. Kwa sababu huyu jamaa inakaa it will be down to who is playing the long run game. Who will survive in the end? Will we give up or will he give up first? So I want to thank everybody for listening and engaging us. And kesho utakuwa ama kesho wewe uko Christmas?
For me, anyway, mimi si ati nataka nifunge kipindi. Kama because I can see people entering, nyinyi watu kama mko na maneno ya kuongea, you can speak. Kenyan with love anaweza kuja kufunga kipindi. I know that you are hearing. Watu wa kufunga kipindi najua wako wanaweza kuja kufunga. So we don't need to close the with the people. So you people, you can speak. There is enough panelists. Kukuwa na panelists wanne, we don't need to close the program. But mimi naenda sikukuu pahali. I had to announce that one, and naenda pahali kona. So
who will be driving? Who will be driving? Who?
You people, you can drive yourselves. You don't need to be driven.
Oh, and maandamano kamili, I think you can do it because mimi pia niko busy kidogo hapa ama.
I think I'll just be giving people chances. Otherwise, about elaboration, maybe some other questions I might not be able to answer. But, yes. And also closing, I don't know if we get to a point that...
mtu akukuja kufunga itakuja kufungwa, hiyo ina shida. But it's just for people to know that I'm not there. Mimi naenda pahali kwa nduru. Si mnajua Christmas imefika, neke. Hapa.
Na mtu akuingia ataingizwa na nani?
Nitangoja kidogo, but I'm speaking with somebody behind the curtain. Ni vile sitaki kuwafungia, so nisiwafungie mimi, nifunge station sababu nimeenda pahali kukula Christmas.
Aya. Okay.
Nyinyi muongee, so Nyatori anaweza ongea. Ni Nyatori. Yeah, so bwana Nyatori, welcome.
Oh, asante. Habari yenu, nimewaona wote. Actually sina mengi ya kuongea this time, only that to say.
Hata Alex amekam. So Alex, mimi nimeenda Christmas. Bye. Nimeenda kwa
Okay, what I was saying is that there's somebody who said that the guy will remain alone or isolated, of which I think is gonna happen because hata wale watu wanakaa na yeye wananchi on the ground wanawatoroka. So hata uliona in Mount Kenya we have Ichungwa, niliona wananchi wamemkataa. So that means the ground itself can dictate at long last. Like now, a simple example I can give, the normal wananchi can dictate at some point what to do. So even the politicians, wanamdanganya, at some point, the ground will not be favorable to them. So by so doing, they will pull apart. Hiyo tu ndio nitakayosongeshea vile mwenzangu alisema. Asante.
Yes, I'm here. Anybody who wants to go, I think if we don't have much to say, we can close at 4 in the next like 17 minutes. Anyone who has something to say?
Hebu nichangie kidogo hapo. By the way,
welcome.
Kwa comment section, yes baba. Kwa comment section niliona kuna bana alisema kuwa mambo ya food, because William Samoei Ruto akiwa kwa TV wakati alikuwa anahojiwa alikuwa anasema kuwa eti unapata kuwa 50% ya land ya Kenya ndio maybe chakula kinatoka, alafu hiyo ingine iko tu misitu ama ni changwa, something of that kind. Alafu na unashangaa kama huyu jamaa anaamua kupeleka kuuza hizi chita, anauza India, na tuko na national park ambazo ziko kubwa na ziko na rotuba. Watalii ndio hawa already washatoroka, wengi wametoroka Kenya, sababu pale airport masharti si mazuri hivyo. So unapata mtalii anasema kuwa badala nikuje kunyang'anywa vitu zangu pale JKIA, let me go to other countries. So hizi mbuga za wanyama tuko nazo kubwa, tunaweza amua kuclose zingine, wanyama wawekwe kwa magari wapelekwe other parts of the national park, alafu hizo zingine ziwekwe into food production. As simple as that. Kama jamaa hawezi akaamua kwenda pale northeastern achimbe ile maji yenye iko pale chini, ambayo ni maji ambayo inaweza saidia kukuza mimea, then close some of the national park to vijana wetu waingie walime hizo area na tutapata chakula. Cause unajua, yani William Samoei Ruto namshangaa sana. All our resources hataki kupeana hizo pesa freely, sifanye kazi kwa kukuza uchumi yetu. Kazi yake tu ni tax ikuje aweke. It is really ni kitu ambacho kina saddens, kinahuzunisha sana. So yani hiyo ni proposal, na mimi nilikuwa na agree na usoevo mwenye aliandika comment section, lakini sasa before tufike hapo, lazima tujaribu kuexhaust mbinu zote zenye tuko nazo. Zikikosekana kabisa, then tunaweza angalia hiyo sehemu nyingine. So hilo wazo lako mwenye uliandika kwa comment section sio wazo baya, but wacha tujaribu kwanza kuexhaust zile avenues ambazo tuko nazo, then kama hatutafaulu kwazo, then tunaweza angalia pande zingine.
Hey, Aaron, my brother, if I may interject a little bit, please.
Go ahead.
I want to respectfully disagree with that idea of moving wild animals around and using the Kenyan ecosystem. Let's not try to mess with the ecosystem so much, because even if we do that, hata tuseme tuchukue Tsavo mzima, Tsavo is not even arable land. Masai Mara, tuseme tuchukue Masai Mara mzima, we move those animals. Which other one is arable? I think it will only be Masai Mara. Let's not try to play God with the ecosystem. We still might not, that land is still not enough. It's not like it's going to increase to 50% for food productivity. To me, I suggested a very easy. Kuna inchi mingi ni jangwa all the way through. Hawapandi chakula yao hata nchi yao, ndani ya nchi yao. Ziko nchi nyingi kama hizo, na tumeona vitu zimefanya ni wana approach nchi yenye iko na arable land mingi, wanawaambia sisi hatuna land, tunataka kurent shamba hapa kwenyu, na mnapata deal. Hii maneno ya ati tutoe wanyama wa pori waende ipande, that land will not be enough at all. It will not be enough, because the amount of food Kenyans are talking about, we are talking about not just thousands and thousands of acres, but we are also talking about an area that we can plant throughout the year. So to me, nika suggest the best thing kufanya ni tuna approach my neighbor wetu kama Uganda na Tanzania. Kama wako na land zenye ziko arable zenye watumii, to rent, tupande chakula zetu huko. so that we can focus in areas where it's easy for us to focus on. Like tourism is an area we are good at. Let's focus on that. Things like technology. Silicon Savannah, they want it to be in Kenya. Sisi, let's focus on that. And I gave an example of Taiwan. Taiwan is a country that most of its economy is run by semiconductor production. Chakula wanajua Taiwan si ni island kubwa inaweza walisha wote, so wanatoa chakula nchi nyingine, lakini chenye they know how to do, they do it to perfection, ina employ country mzima. And that's what I was telling sisi wa Kenya. Sisi, we are good in tech, we are good in tourism and hospitality. Hizo vitu tatu tuchukue, tukimbie nayo. Hii maneno ingine ya chakula, sijui manufacturing, tumeshindwa nayo. Tuachie nchi zingine zifanye hizo. We focus on what we are good at. Alafu trade inafanyika. Naona, it's easier to manage, it's easier to focus. Lakini Ruto akiongea alikuwa anasema sijui tupande hii, sijui tufanye hii, tufanye. You're all over the place and we end up with things like I said hii dam yenye ilikuwa ijengwe ya 16 billion and that just disappeared. You know, we have situations like that. Anyway, I just wanted to share that. Go ahead.
Yeah, asante Mr. Romeo kwa hilo wazo nzuri, na mimi hapo sasa ndio ndio nashangaa kwa cabinet ya William Samoei Ruto. Ni watu wa gani amepatia kazi? Cause haya mafikara haya yenye naona umeleta mazuri namna hiyo, wangeyatap. By the way hilo ni wazo mzuri sana. Kama tumeshindwa kama hapa Kenya, imekuwa vigumu watu wetu kufanya, yani serikali kuempower farmers na hizi mashamba ambazo ziko available. By the way, tunaweza lease mashamba kwa neighbors, then kutoka hapo kwa zile sekta ambazo tunafanya mzuri, kama vile Mr. Romeo umesema kuwa tourism, Kenya tunajaribu kufanya, tunabobea. Then by the way tunaweza amua kwa nini hata kama hizi tuseme kama ni Lake Naivasha, kama mambo ya sport tourism tunaweza anza kuzintroduce, then kutoka hapo tuanze kuzimarket online. Utaona kwa njia moja utaona tumeanza kuattract foreigners, tourists. Then kutoka hapo hizi dollars zenye tunapiga, William Samoei Ruto anapiga nduru eti sijui economy iko mbaya kwa sababu watu wameficha dollars zitajileta tu zenyewe. Hilo ni wazo mzuri sana.
Yes. Ebu ndugu yangu.
Bana Romeo, kama uko na
Ebu fikiria hivi ndugu yangu.
Mzuri namna hiyo. Serikali iwezi ikakutap ikwambie I say kuja, cause watu ambao wako na mawazo mazuri namna hiyo yenye yanaweza fanya nchi yetu move forward. These are the people in fact we yearn for. Yani tunaomba tu mahali ambapo wamekuwa scattered worldwide, angalau warejee katika nchi yetu, watusaidie to move forward. Itakuwa jambo jema sana. Mimi nimefurahi sana Mr. Romeo kwa hilo sababu.
Ndugu yangu, kuongezea tu kidogo, hebu fikiria Tuchukue hata sports tourism yenye umesema. Sisi tunajulikana dunia mzima, ukitembea ukisema tu jina Kenya tunajulikana kama vitu mbili. Mtu atasema wakimbiaji, safari, tourism. Okay. Tufanye tu advertise, tuchukue pesa yetu yote, badala hii pesa yetu imekuwa distributed all over the place na haifanyi vitu ya maana. Omarer dam ni watu kukulwa tu. To focus in 3 areas. Tuseme sisi tunataka kujulikana na vitu 3 tu dunia mzima. Kama Taiwan wanajulikana na semiconductor, sisi tunataka vitu 3. Na vitu 3 ni gani? Tuseme sisi ni wazuri kwa tourism. Tunataka kuperfect tourism like none other before. The kind of advertisement campaign that we will do all over the world will be competition to none. Haya, tuseme pia sisi ni watu wa technology. Building of softwares and even hardware and and even cloud, where nowadays everything is in the cloud. We decide tutafungua makampuni za cloud hosting. Sasa kazi yetu ni kuhost different companies, big companies from all over the world. Kenya, tuseme tu hata tuchukua cloud in tech, cloud hosting only. Kenya's Silicon Savannah is known for one thing, and that's cloud hosting. Kazi yetu ni kubuild network villages, network where you can host big data. Hiyo tu ndo tunafanya kwa tech. Haya, na turudi tuseme pia sisi ni hospitality. Kitu ingine, mimi nimetembea dunia, mtu akiniuliza unatoka nchi gani, nimwambia natoka Kenya. Anaambia Nairobi, Mombasa. Ati the best time of my life when I came to Nairobi. So nimegundua ya kwamba watu wanapenda raha Nairobi. Wakikuja Nairobi na Kenya wanasema hospitality is the best. Alright. So tuchukue hizo vitu 3 tukimbie nazo. Tuseme sisi chakula tumeamua other than hizi mashamba ndogo ndogo, eka 10, eka kadhaa zenye kila mtu anaweza jipandia. That's okay. Tuseme ati tumewacha kufanya agriculture completely, hapana. Tunasema in a large scale tunajua Kenya inahitaji supplement ya chakula kutoka nje. Tuseme sasa chakula sisi tumeamua tutakuwa tunaenda Tanzania. Tumekubaliana na government ya Tanzania, kuna Wakenya, farmers wa Kenya watatoka Kenya waende Tanzania kufanya big farming. I'm talking about large scale farming. Na hiyo itakuwa inaletwa Kenya, kuuzwa Kenya, chakula ya Kenya. Hiyo si chakula wa Tanzania. Tuna agreement hivyo. Tuende Uganda. Tuseme pia tunataka shamba, kama mnaweza tusaidia na ngapi, mnaweza rent ngapi, pesa ngapi, tulipe lease ya 99 years hata 100 years. Hiyo ni chakula ya Kenya. So mahali kama huko kwenye tunakuwa arid areas, Turukana areas, hata au pia sasa utapata chakula, kwa sababu that chakula has been negotiated at large. Si ati ni chakula in a small scale, we are talking about large scale. Sasa sisi tu focus mahali 3 where we are good at. Vitu kama manufacturing, hiyo ni pesa tu itapotea. Tuseme tusaidie hata Waganda ama Watanzania, tuseme we will help you even do manufacturing. Hiyo ni yenyu nyinyi mkuchukue nayo. Pia inasaidia East African community in general when we distribute work amongst each other. Turudi tu Uganda, tuambie nyinyi naona kama chakula yenu inatoka haraka sana, you guys can plant all through the year. Sasa nyinyi agriculture iwe zaidi, hata if possible you feed the rest of East Africa. Tukimbie Kongo, tuambie wa Kongo, ndugu zetu na madada zetu, nyinyi mko na minerals. Sasa nyinyi tutafute kama tunaweza tafuta manufacturing. Tutoe ile semiconductor kutoka Taiwan tuilete Kongo. Sasa vitu zinamainiwa Kongo na pia zinatengenezewa Kongo. Kwa nini? Kwa sababu Kongo ndio mineral iko karibu kupatikana. Inapatikana tu hapo kando, inaletwa hapa ndio factory. Sasa industry Kongo iwe ni industries. Sisi tu stick na yetu, Uganda stick na yao, lakini sote tuna collaborate. Tunauziana, tunanunuliana. It's very easy, But again, that's another story. But just to focus on Kenya alone, let's stick with what Kenya is good at. Hiyo ni kitu Kenya wajai identify. Kenya kama culture na social culture hajai identify sisi ni wazuri kwa hospitality, tourism na technology. Those 3 areas ndio tuta perfect. Hizi vitu zingine sijui ati vitu kama electricity, tuna need electricity, so lazima pia tutengeneze electricity yetu. So I understand those part, but you can focus on certain areas, you perfect it, expand so that it employs most Kenyans. So unapata kama ni tech sector employs close to 1 million plus Kenyans. Ukikuja uende kwa hospitality, another 5-10 million Kenyans. Ukikuja tourism, another 10 million Kenyans. So hata kama tunaitwa we are just a tribe-based economy country, lakini ina absorb our citizens in employment as much as possible. Alafu hizi vitu zingine tuachie wa neighbor zetu, tuache kuwa walafi pia. There is trade. Unaelewa trade inafanyika aje? Ni madeals tuna sign na Uganda, Tanzania, tunasema sisi tutawapea hii, nyinyi mnatupea hii, sisi tutawapea hii, mnatupea hii, and then we just collaborate. Nchi nyingi dunia, nchi nyingi sana our produce chakula zao zinaproduciwa nje, so long as umepata deal mzuri. Na mimi naambia Wakenya, in fact it will be cheaper to produce food in Tanzania and Uganda than it is to produce in Kenya. Take that to the bank. I'll stop there. Alexio, back to you.
Thank you, Romeo. What you're saying is true, because if you look at Uganda, they don't use fertilizer, and they harvest two times in a year. Like most of the and this thing can even be, we can start doing that in the part of Western and Nyanza. You see, like the way Homa Bay has had a bumper harvest, and they are going to have another one towards this end of this month. So we can easily do that, and we can easily run with what we have, but shida yetu moja ni kwamba tuna walafi, alafu shida yetu ni kwamba the government that is there, it doesn't think. Hao ni kazi yao ni kuiba. Ruto had an opportunity to run they were running the government with Uhuru in 2013 mpaka 2022. What did he do? Walikuwa tu wanaiba. Sio mtu wa kusaidia country. Hakuna kitu yenye ameconstruct yenye ameleta yenye imesaidia nchi yenye imefanya nchi ikasonga mbele. Yeye hajafanya kitu chochote cha kufanya hivyo na hawezi fanya hiyo. So hiyo mawazo ni mazuri, but let's first of all kick out these guys, then we can come with our real master plan, because I know very well most Kenyans who are living out there, they were ready to come back in Baba's government and help the country move to the next level. But wale wenye tuko now, we have KANU mentality which has held that hostage since 1963 until now. So until we do away with these guys, we'll continue being there, because they don't think how the mentality is amassing wealth, getting more wealth and they know how to make money. You have to be in the government. They don't even believe being outside the government you can make money. So they have to go to the government and kupora, and how they make money, and that's how they become rich. Kenyan maandamano kamili as we close.
Mimi nitasema Ruto is a very lazy guy. Very lazy. He don't want to get tired. The only thing he get tired of, or he tires himself with, ni safari. Ukiona mtu ambaye anapora mali ya nchi bila huruma na hakuna kitu anafanyia wananchi, hakuna development, that's a very, very lazy person. Mtu ambaye hataki kuchoka lakini anataka vitu ya bure, huyo ni Ruto. Na simsamehei kwa yoyote. In fact, Ruto is a very lazy person. And I'm saying this with confidence. Mali iko, hataki kufanyisha kazi, anataka tu kuweka kwa mfuko. And all the time, Ruto has been on agriculture side. I think one time in Kibaki government, he was in, is it Kibaki? He was in agriculture ministry, and he has like, I understand that he went to school, he did agriculture, or he was a botanist. I don't know, geologist. I don't know what has Ruto brought to the table to help Kenya? Nothing. Yani jina yake ni mwizi. Na mwizi ni mtu ambaye hataki kuchoka, kwa sababu kwa nini unaiba? You have got 2 legs, 2 hands, 2 eyes, and you have a brain that you have been given by God to use it to make sure you make the correct decision. Correct decision ya Ruto ni nini? Ni kuiba. Sababu every Kenyan right now know that Ruto is a thief. Is a thug. Kwa sababu ukiwa huibi na pesa zinaingia kwa inchi na hazipatikani, where is that money? And you are saying that you are the leader of the country. Na hakuna mtu ambaye unaleta mbele kusema huyu ndio ameiba na unaweza kumpeleka kotini na in fact hata afungwe. You are trying even to intimidate the previous regime people to show that they have stolen. When did they steal? If they stole when you are still in the government of previous government. Saa hii unawauliza nini? Na watu wale uko nao na wewe mwenyewe Ruto, bado muko na mashtaka ambayo mmejiondolea kwa sababu muko usukani. So this is not an active or somebody who is ready to work for Kenyans. It's somebody who is ready to steal each and everything. Hata roho zenu mkiziweka wazi atabeba. Na sijui atapeleka wapi kwa sababu hawezi kuongezea yake, hiyo ako nayo moja. He will still have one. Kwa hivyo wa Kenya, sisi ndio tuko na bidii na sisi ndio tunataka kufanya kazi, lakini tunapingwa na huyu mtu ambaye hana haja na sisi na hana haja na Kenya. Don't tell us if we don't like Kenya we go. You destroy my home and you tell me to go, I'll fight with you. You are not going to spoil my home. Alafu niambie niende wapi? Umenikuta hapo. Because Ruto vile aliingia hapo akachukua usukani wa mtu mwingine, alikuta Wakenya wakiwa wanaendelea na maisha yao na wanajifanyia kazi yao. Now to tell them to move, those people are not 2 years or 1 year. They are old people. Wamekulia huko nchi ya Kenya. Unawambia waende wapi? Wewe ndio utaenda. You are the one who is seeing that Kenya is supposed to be destroyed so that people can go. You are the one to go. Sisi nchi ni yetu. Sisi tuko na hali yetu ya kuishi. Wachana na sisi. If you do right and people continue accusing you, that will be a different story. But you are doing everything wrong. You are a disaster. You are the problem of Kenya and even to Kenyans. Kwa hivyo ujue, wacha kutuambia vile wewe unajua kweli kabisa hata kwako hakuna mtu anaweza kuja kukutoa akwambie uende ukatafute pahali ya kukaa. Now you are just lamenting things that cannot happen. Wakenya hawaendi anywhere. We are going to stay in our country. Sababu mimi na shamba langu, yule mwingine na plot yake, yule mwingine na shamba yake, hiyo si wewe umewapea. And you cannot come and change the law of Kenya to suit you so that you can start now throwing people left, right. Sisi tuko na nidhamu na tunataka nchi yetu iishi vile ilikuwa hapo mbeleni. I think people did not have any problem previous regime, though you are still also causing some alarm. Na wewe ndio umechokora mambo mingi ya maendeleo ya Kenya hata during Uhuru time. Ulikuwa deputy, unakuja kulilia wananchi hapo ati wamekubagua, sijui wamekufanyia nini, and you knew you are the cause of all these problems that was going on. Wakati huo ndio watu wako wale ulikuwa umeweka kwa upande wako wananyanyura pesa za wananchi, alafu sasa umewaachilia huru. Naona sasa they are smiling and saying that Uhuru ni kuwaekelea, alikuwa amewaekelea. But we can see that we have got enough evidence to see that those people did a great disaster in our country. Kimoreo, pesa zilienda, na wewe Ruto na mdomo wako, it is not 21 billion, it is 7 billion. Hizo 7 billion, where is it? Can you give it to us? Can you bring to the table and say, I found it here? Sababu huwezi toa mdomo wako bure bila ya kujua 7 billion where it went. And because we never found it, and you said by your own mouth, you know who took it. Can you give us? Can you let the country flow smoothly? Can you let Kenyans live happily in their country? Why are you holding Kenyans hostage? Sababu wewe umejiona wewe ati ni kiongozi. Kiongozi mbaya ambaye hana heshima hata kidogo. Mtu ambaye anajifanya yeye ni Mkristu na ni Mkristu wa bure. I have never understood how can a Christian person be arrogant as you are. Hiyo ni mambo ya kusistisha sana, na Wakenya wako na huzuni kuona vile nchi yao inaharibiwa na mtu ambaye hawakumchagua, na mtu ambaye anajua kweli ni kuiba, aliiba uchaguzi, and yet you knew your plans. You never had good meaning of our country. What you had is what you are doing. It's not that there is any obstacle that you have met that has made you to be this arrogant. It's you, your own way you are created. That's who you are. A very disastrous person. Somebody who can destroy na endelee kudestroy na hana huruma hata kidogo. Mimi nitasimama hapo, niambie wa Kenya Merry Christmas. Mungu awape nguvu. Muwe na mwaka mpya, a prosperous year. We will win this war because what we are talking, it's not a lie, and we are bitter about the direction our country is heading. And it is not supposed to be like we are begging this guy. We are asking him, we are telling him and commanding him to resign as soon as possible. Ukishindwa na kazi, hutakiwi kupiga kelele. Ukiona kuna shida nyingi mbele yako, huwezi kutatua, huwezi kupiga kelele. You just step down and say, enough is enough. Don't tell us to move out of our country. Our country belongs to us, not to you. How much do you own in Kenya that you'll make millions of people to move out of their country, where they have been brought up, where they have their roots? Where else will they go? Invite those people from other country on your own peril, knowing that they will not come to occupy my space. My space is mine. I'm a Kenyan and I deserve to live there. Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, and a prosperous one for every Kenyan, wherever you are. Let's be careful of what we are with our neighbors. Let's be brother keeper and sister keeper in the coming year, and we will succeed in this war. Asanteni sana. Thank you.
Thank you Mama Kenyan Maandamano Kamili. Kile ambaye ningependa kusema ni kimoja, ni huyu ni mtu ambaye alikuwa in a position of authority from 2013. There's nothing constructive yenye amefanya, waliiba tu. And again, hakuna ile siku yenye tulisikia kwamba amezuiliwa kwenda kwa cabinet meetings, and the cabinet meetings where the decision is made. Hatukuwa isikia kwamba nilikuwa na hii idea nikaenda kwa cabinet nikazuiliwa. Hakukuwahi tokea, hatukuwahi isikia. He was in the cabinet each and every time the cabinet was meeting, he was there. He was in the place where the decisions were being made. He never made any contribution to change the lives of Kenya, never. And now he's at the helm there. How he got himself there, he knows very well. And still, there's nothing that has happened to help or change the course of this country. So this is a person whom we cannot be able to trust in any way. We need to get him out as soon as possible. Otherwise, thank you very much. Arun, as we close, do you have any closing remark?
Yeah, basi mimi ningependa kufunga kwa kusema namna hii, pesa pesa ikuangi, money is not evil, lakini pesa uwanga inakuanga, tunatumia pesa kuwa daraja kwa katika manufaa yetu na manufaa ya vizazi vijavyo. So kama tungepata viongozi wazuri, unajua viongozi wazuri kazi yao ni kuserve those people whom they lead, alafu na the same time wakiwa wanaserve hawa viongozi lazima wawe na macho ya kuangalia mbele na kuona zile talent ambazo zimefichwa kwa saa vijana. Alafu hizo talent ambazo zimefichwa katika vijana, kwa sababu vijana ndio huwa nguzo katika taifa lolote ambalo linataka kumove forward. Sasa hao viongozi, what they do, they always nurture hizo talent ambazo zilikuwa zimejificha kwa hao vijana. Wakati hizo talent sasa zita explode, zitapasuka, sasa utapata kuwa nchi iko na kama ni youths ambao wamebobea katika nyanja tofauti tofauti, mpaka dunia inashangaa, how come Kenya iko na youths ambao wako bright, wako na ujuzi, wako na wisdom ya hapa na pale. Hapo siri unapata kuwa ni wale ni ile leadership ya hiyo wakati ambao ilifanya nini, ilifanya hiyo ufumbuzi for the prosperity of its nation. So thank you so much Mr. Alexio, Mama Maandamano, na wale wote ambao tumejumuika kwa siku ya leo. So nawaambia Merry Christmas and Happy New Year 2024 when it reaches. Najua we will be there in Jesus' name.
Amen, amen, amen. We want to thank each and everyone. Mama, you have a closing remark?
Yeah.
Kenya, Mama Kenyan Maandamano kamili.
Mimi nitawaambia Haron na Alexio, msherekee Merry Christmas vizuri. Take care of yourself. Sisi ni Wakenya wazalendo ambao hatukuji hapa kupiga kelele, tunaongeaga kilicho rohoni mwetu ambacho tunapenda nchi yetu. Nchi yetu ni ya maana na ni lazima isimame. We have talked so many subjects which really matters in our country, na hizo zikitimizwa nchi yetu itakuwa hali nzuri. Kwa hivyo sisi tunaomba Mungu atupe maisha ambayo tutaishi tuone hiyo nchi yetu ikisimama tena na kuwa great Kenya in our midst. Nashukuru sana, asanteni sana. Thank you.
Thank you very much for each and every one of us who has been around. Harold, Jiru, Kenyan Maandamano Kamili, Romeo, Mato, and each and every one of us who came here to contribute in each and every aspect of the way. And those who are watching us, those who are commenting, I want to salute you all and wish you a Merry Christmas. And this is a time to go back to our senses and know actually Jesus came for our sins. And it's never late for Jambazi to do the honorable thing whereby he can be able to say, no, I am not going to continue this way. I feel heavy in my heart, and do the honorable thing and resign and give the seat to the rightful owner. That's my rally call, and I want to wish each and every one of you Merry Christmas and prosperous 2024. Otherwise, asanteni sana, tukutane tena kwa wakati mwingine, Mungu akipenda.
Can I say something?
Go on. Yeah.
Don't advise Zakayo. For me, as for other Kenyans, you might see this guy change his way just for the sake of earning or earning your, trapping your heart to be on his side or feel like he is able or capable this time to do something. Ruto is very cunning, is a chameleon, and we cannot, at this very juncture, having said all what he has said and done what he has done, really, Kenyans, don't sit back and listen what he may come with. He has used Christianity. He has used, ametumia mbinu zote kuwin roho zenu. Mmeingia box. Sasa sahi, ni nini hajawaambia? Please, if he changes his mind, he'll change for himself alone and be by himself. Kenyans, don't believe him at one point. Hata afanye nini, hata aape na nini. This is a chameleon. This is a person who can change anytime. And we don't trust him at all. The trust is completely broken. Na haiwezi rudi. Wakenya msikubali na msiamini huyu mtu. Hata akikuja amebeba nini. Bible amebeba ambayo tulikuwa tumeheshimu kutoka zamani na tunaamini Mungu na ameitumia vibaya. Msidanganyike. This is our time to move forward. Wacha atunyanyase, atachoka na sisi tutapata nchi yetu. We will have our country back. We use it the right way. Asante Alexio, asante sana.
Asanteni sana, asante sana kwa hiyo. Yes, we need you out of that office as soon as possible, even kama ni kesho. Kuwe mepatia Christmas Kenya and your government muende kabisa. Otherwise, thank you very much, each and every one of you. Those in the comment section, Carol, Merry Christmas. I want to Matu Hotep, Merry Christmas, and Travel with Fred, I see you, Merry Christmas. Angela, I see you, Merry Christmas. And Njiru Mwaura, I see you, Merry Christmas. All of the, and those who are watching us live, I can be able to see their good number. Thank you very much, and please like the video until we see each other in the next episode. Asanteni sana, Mungu awabariki. Merry Christmas, bye bye. See you when you see us. Tunawapenda wote na amani ya Bwana ikae na nyinyi.
Afadhali mzee ambaye ni mtulivu, ambaye hana haja ya kujaza mifuko yake, ambaye atachunga masilahi ya watu yake, badala ya mdomo tamtamu 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 tamtamu. Lakini akiingia ni wale wa kufanya moja yako, nusu ya mwananchi, mbili yako na tano yangu. Na mnawajua nyinyi mna.
Mimi naona hii maendeleo, anasema iko maendeleo, hakuna maendeleo. Maendeleo ya nini? Ya matope. Maendeleo ya matope kama maya.
Kwenda kabisa, kwa lazima. Enda, tera, twende. Wakenya mko njaa.